board meeting. As this meeting is being conducted remotely, all votes will be taken via roll call. Liz, will you please start us off?
Sure. So we're going to take attendance. So Chairman Rappaport,
Present.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond, Member Covino,
Here, present.
Member Espejo,
Present.
Member Impemba,
Present.
Member LaRue. I see you, but I didn't hear you. So you're
On mute.
Sorry, I was muted. I am present.
That's the first square of internet Zoom meeting bingo. If we could all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of
of
America
America
and
and
to
to
the republic for which it stands,
and
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
with
liberty
liberty
and justice.
and justice for all.
for all.
The town of Burlington will be holding the March 4th, 2021, guys. The January 6th, 2022 Planning Board as a virtual electronic meeting due to the current state of emergency due to the COVID-19 virus. As such, the governor issued an executive order on March 12th, 2020, authorizing remote meetings under GL Code 30A, Section 20.
those seeking to participate remotely may do so via the following. You can join our WebEx, townofburlington.webex.com. Our meeting number is 2344-574-2147. The meeting password is 1645. You can also join us by phone at 617-315-0704. This meeting is being broadcast on the BCAT government channel, which can be found on Comcast channel 99, RCN 15, and Verizon 41 in Burlington. It's being streamed on Facebook Live via the BCAT Facebook page. The public will be able to make comments during the hearing, during the time for public comment. Questions can be asked via WebEx, WebEx chat, Facebook Live chat during the meeting. All persons wishing to ask questions or make comments, please identify yourselves.
Thank you. We have a few items continued off this week's agenda. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take item 7S out of order for discussion purposes.
Second,
All those in
Chairman
favor?
Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond, Member Covino,
yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Item S is a continued public hearing. Application for approval of a site plan, 600 Summit Drive, Jones Lang LaSalle, for Millipore is the applicant.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 20th, 2022, as requested by an applicant in an email dated January 3, 2022.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman Rappaport,
Sorry. Yes.
Sorry.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond, Member Covino,
yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
May I have another motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to take a motion to take item 7T out of order for discussion purposes.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond, Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Item T is a continued public hearing. Application for approval of the site plan, 15 Adams Street. Senate Construction is the applicant.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 20th, 2022, as requested by the applicant in an email dated January 3rd, 2022.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond, Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Let's move on to citizens' time. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on an item that's not currently on our agenda? If so, if you kindly raise your hand and speak and identify yourself. Liz, do you see anyone?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. On to announcements, please.
Sure. So the Sculpture Park Committee will be meeting on January 11th at 8:15 a.m. via Zoom. The Mall Road and Middlesex Turnpike Initiative, their second community forum, that's on January 11th at 7 o'clock p.m. via Zoom. They ask that you register in advance. If you email the planning department, we can send that out to you. And there's also the more info can be found on our website about that. Melissa Tintakoulis and Kristen are working really hard on that. It's a great initiative. The Zoning Bylaw Review Committee is meeting on January 12th at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. Martin Luther King Day is January 17th. All town offices will be closed that Monday. And town meeting, if you can believe it, is going to be happening on January 24th at 7:30 p.m. As of right now, I think it's planned to be in the auditorium at the high school, but I would just keep your eye on the website because you never know what's going to happen with that as for the location. But that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Do any other members have announcements?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Ernie. Have one more announcement, and that is, it looks like the Transportation Committee is meeting on the same night and time as the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee is meeting. That's on the 12th from 6:30.
Great, thank you. Also, town elections April 9th. So I think, you'll start seeing folks who are up for election. So please, pay attention to, any positions that people think that they may be interested in, or, for those candidates who are running. So as far as legal notices of interest, the Drake Road Board of Appeals variance is under discussion later in this meeting. So I just want to make note of that for those folks who may be present for that. We do not have any non-approvals or administrative matters. Moving on to matters of appointment, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take items 7A and 7B together for discussion purposes.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impamba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Item A is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 4.2.2.27, public water distribution structures of the zoning bylaws. 70 Winter Street, Town of Burlington, DPW is the applicant. Item B is a continued public hearing, application for approval of a site plan, 70 Winter Street, Town of Burlington, DPW is the applicant. So who is here to speak on this matter?
Good evening. This is Tom Hayes, Town Engineer.
Good evening.
How are you? So I'm here tonight with John Sanchez, Director of Public Works, and Amy Constantino, who is our design engineer from Wright Pierce. And we've had the opportunity to present this project to the Planning Board, the Conservation Commission, Board of Health, and we've got a lot of positive feedback. It's definitely a needed project. Since we were last at the board, our only modification was a little tweak to the stormwater system. Amy incorporated a tree well, also known as a tree filter box, which provides some treatment for runoff off the existing driveway. So that's pretty much it. Kristen asked me to be quick, so if you folks have any questions, we're here to answer them.
I appreciate that. I will open this up to the board. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. Just to let everyone know, I did review the last meeting as I wasn't present and have filled out the Mullen form, so I will be voting on this this evening and other items relative to last week's meeting or last meeting in general. So may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impamba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
May I have another motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request of the Town of Burlington for special permit pursuant to section 4.2.2.27 public water and sewer distribution structures of the zoning bylaws to allow for the construction of a 5,000 plus or minus square feet addition for the treatment of a PER and fluoroactyl substances, PFAS, an ancillary transfer pump, and additional site improvements at 70 Winter Street in the residential RO zoning district, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit A attached.
Second.
Brady?
Welcome, Paul. Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
yes,
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Member Raymond?
Member Raymond, yes.
I'm finally on, thank you.
Paul. Madam Chair, I'd like to make another motion to approve the request of the Town of Burlington applicant for approval of a site plan application for property located at 70 Winter Street to permit the construction of a 5,000 plus or minus square foot addition for the treatment of and polyfluoroactyl substances, PFAS, an ancillary transfer pump, and additional site improvements as reflected on the site plan entitled Town of Burlington, Massachusetts Mill Pond Water Treatment PFAS Treatment Systems Contract 2, prepared by Wright Pierce, dated November 2021, consisting of 9 sheets, subject to the following revisions, terms, and conditions.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes, and kudos to you, Mike, for actually going through that, because I was going to say, can you repeat that 3 times fast?
Had practiced the first time.
Vice
Appreciate
Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
yes,
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Moving on. Item C is a public hearing, petition to amend the zoning bylaw, Article 2 definitions, Article 4 use regulations, Article 8 overlay districts, and Article 10 miscellaneous and special regulations to define and regulate outdoor seating and placemaking uses, submitted by the select board.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Melissa Chintopoulos, the Economic Development Director. I'm having trouble with my camera. Give me 1 minute.
Take your time.
Thank you, Planning Board, for hearing this. Again, I'm Melissa Chintopoulos, Economic Development Director, and we had visited this last time, and although some of you were not here, wanted to just kind of go over where we are. This is a proposal for outdoor seating. It's a new section in the bylaw. The idea is to set up a system that is for temporary seasonal outdoor seating to enliven spaces, address health conditions, and through the process, hopefully engender and generate more business activity. As many of you know, this was a practice that became popular in many communities through the pandemic. Both food service businesses, property owners had excellent reception from patrons regarding outdoor options and this optionality for having seats outdoors. So with that, the proposal was developed to mimic what we created during that pandemic time. So the state had allowed for legislation that allowed the town to set up a system. It was a provisional system, but this ensured some controls and oversight for safety and any concerns around location and barriers. Through that process, we set up a temporary task force, interdepartmental task force. And through that process, we had the 6 departments, and if you had your backup, I did send that along. I don't know, Brady, if you had it in this packet, but it is included. It identifies the different departments that were part of the task force. So with this section, what we're trying to do is model after the success that we had through the COVID era. It streamlined the process and it ensured that there were still sufficient controls for safety and aesthetics. And with that, I'm happy to answer any further questions on it.
Thank you, Melissa. Does anyone on the board have any questions, comments, or concerns?
I do. I don't know if anyone else does. I don't have to go first, but if no one else wants to speak, I will.
Please do.
Okay. I want to start by saying that I am very, very much in favor of outdoor seating. I think that it's worked very well, and I think it's something that I want to see continued. It's been great for the businesses, and it's been great for residents and people visiting Burlington. That having been said, I cannot support this article as it is written for a couple of reasons. Two main reasons. The first one is that this is supposed to be temporary in nature, but I do not view this as temporary. Although the way it is phrased, businesses would be having these outdoor seating areas available to them for about 8 months. It's 8 months every year, and it can be renewed year after year without ever coming to the planning board. And the planning board looks at things very differently than the building inspector or then police, fire, or the other members of the task force. And it is my contention, and I have said this from the beginning, that while I do support the idea of allowing businesses to test out this concept and get up running quickly through something that like this task force has done in the past, I support that. I do think that at a time certain, they should be required to come to planning board to make this part of their business permanent. I think that we have to be concerned about things like aesthetics. Do we really want to have a bunch of Jersey barriers scattered all over town every year from April to November? I don't want that. I think we can make things look much nicer. We need to consider things like pedestrian traffic and parking and crosswalks and things like that that are not addressed this way. And when I read through this latest version, I grew even more concerned because even when it talks about things being renewed, at no point does the planning board even get to weigh in. It says the Board of Selectmen, Chief of Police, and Board of Health would be weighing in to make sure that outdoor dining is not negatively impacting the public health and safety. The planning board should be playing a role here. And I unfortunately cannot support the article as written, despite the fact that I very much support these businesses having outdoor seating and us finding a way to let them do that in a very timely fashion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I address that?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Please do.
In terms of the oversight by planning board, the way that this section is set up is intended for guidelines that are approved by the planning board and the select board. Those guidelines script the task force, they script exactly what the planning board would expect from any applicant. And by those guidelines, staff reviews projects. So the oversight becomes in the approval of the guidelines. And so in our section, it does say that the inspector of buildings, the applicant goes there and they are responsible to promulgate the regulations. The promulgation of the regulations is the approval of the guidelines that we've referenced from both elected boards. And with those guidelines, staff, kind of works to implement the board's desires. So I don't know if that was as clear through some of the documentation I had provided.
Madam Chair, may I quickly respond?
Sure.
That was clear to me. I still object. I think that after an initial test phase, the businesses should be required to come to the planning board for a complete review. And the other thing that I forgot to say that I think is really important, that's completely lost in this, is that when businesses come to the planning board, the public is able to comment. The public is able to come forward, ask questions, make comments, and express concerns. There's no opportunity for public comment the way this is set up. And I think that is a glaring omission. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Member Mpemba?
Yep, thank you. I appreciate it. So let's preface this all by saying there's probably nobody in the board, and I'm tongue in cheek with this one, but nobody is probably more in favor of outdoor seating than I am. I feel like it's an essential part of businesses, these restaurants, especially these days during COVID. But it creates an atmosphere, I think, that we're trying to create within the town of Burlington. So I want to preface it by saying I am 150% in favor of outdoor seating with restaurants within the town of Burlington. I could go with Barbara on the fact that it also needs to be looked at periodically, and whether that's once a year by the planning board under the guise of, us comparing whether these restaurants abut residential properties or whether they abut other businesses. I can't tell you how many times in the years that I've been on the planning board that we've had to look at applicants that were before us based on the amount of parking they were going to use and potentially what was available to other tenants, either other businesses within the strip mall that they were in or within the, location they were in, or how many times, residents have come up and said, we're at odds with some of the practices that are going on with some of these businesses. And these are things that, we as a planning board have, traditionally looked at with all of these applicants over the years that none of the other boards have looked at. That's really just kind of, it's our role. So I feel like, aside from the fact that I think the public needs to have a voice at least once a year, and I don't anticipate there being any problems whatsoever with these things unless there's a problem. And if there is a problem, then it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be, and a planning board needs to address it, work with the applicant, work with the restaurant, whether it is, whatever it is, the residents, the abutting businesses to the restaurant who also need to survive. And in some cases, we've heard many instances where we've had businesses come up and say, look, we're looking at potentially doubling the amount of seats in some of these situations for these restaurants, giving them outdoor seating. And again, I'm 100% in favor of that. Whatever it takes for these businesses to succeed, I'm in favor of. That being said, we cannot turn our head the other way and just grant for 3 years without, review of these things on a yearly basis. I'm not sure, I haven't really been given a good explanation as to why it would be an undue hardship that we review this on a yearly basis. If it's truly a 9-month thing or whatever it is, they clearly can come before, if they're scheduled to start on, April 1st, they could put an application, just, put it literally before the board. Quite honestly, probably don't even have to show up, just to put an application before the board. Can you review it in March or February? And everything being said, we would review it and most likely rubber stamp it, but there are instances where there may have to be some tweaking, and there may have to be some things done that we have traditionally and historically done on the planning board that hasn't been done on the Board of Selectmen or the Board of Health or the Fire Department or Police Department, and they have their roles, and this one's our role. So for those reasons, I fully agree with Barbara, but it's a shame. I don't want to, and I think this was relayed last time, Melissa was before us, but I don't want to say no to this, but I can't support it if it goes through the way it's written. And quite honestly, I'm sure town meeting, I hate to say, but town meeting, I mean, these arguments gonna have to be made at town meeting if it goes to that point.
Madam Chair,
Uh,
Paul Raymond.
Yes, Clerk Raymond, please do.
Yes. May I speak on this? When I first heard of this, it was kind of incidental. I questioned somebody because there were some chairs out there. And I said, you know, the planning board hasn't seen this. And they said to me, well, why does the planning board have to see it? You know, why do you guys want to get involved? And I said, because I think something like this where it involves traffic and all other kind of things, I said that really should go before the planning board. And as Joe said, there are things that we're concerned with that police, fire, and other people aren't. So in fact, it came before the planning board. That was good. I like it. I had recommended it. But the way this is written now, I agree with Barbara. We have to relook at this because I think it said on the thing that, excuse me, I've got pneumonia, but I believe it said on there, for instance, that it could extend into November. And so I want to question if it's outdoor seating, should there be some parameters on it and so forth. So the planning board gave them what they needed this year, but I really think it needs some more than tweaking and needs to be rewritten in the more professional way that our staff and we do it as a planning board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gaffney, I'm sorry that other folks had jumped in before you and raised your hand, so.
No problem at all. I think Member Spayo actually had his hand up before me, possibly.
Do you guys want to duke it out? Who wants to go
Yeah,
first?
he'll win, so I'll take it.
Go after you.
He'll
Go ahead.
I don't want to arm wrestle him. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat what Member LaRue or Member Pember or Member Raymond has said, but I would agree with 100% of what they said. The only thing that I would add to that is I listened to that in the past meetings as well as we're the elected officials, right? We're elected to represent the residences here. So, you know, as that, we kind of have a different view than necessarily the task force would be of the folks that are our town employees. And as residents, we will tend to frequent these places a lot more. We'll drive by them a lot more. We'll walk by them a lot more than necessarily the task force will. At every hour of the day, every day, we'll be there on weekends. You know, we're the folks that are actually going to these places. And I think the planning board actually is after the first year, as we go through them and see them in April and we see how it's doing in May and how they're doing in the middle of the summer and how they're doing in September. And, you know, we say what the pluses and minuses are of that at the end of that first year where you've given that temporary approval. Then if they want to continue that, then the planning board comes in based on this, you know, this board's experience of 7 people that are driving by it and going to it on a weekly basis, night, day, weekend, weekday. I think that adds a lot to say, you know, what do we need to do from a permanent standpoint so they can do the thing the next summer, right? So I think, you know, with all those the other members being said, I would agree with them 100%. And this, as currently written, I can support it, and I think we should probably help in the revision of that, such that it can be supported by the planning board. But again, Member Pember said, I'm 100% of the dining out. I'm behind the temporary you know, portion of that to get them up and running really quickly for a first year to check it out. Then let's go to planning board to kind of the overall, like we do for every other applicant that's looking for outside seating, to be fair, to be honest with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Spaho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy New Year, everyone. And those are words we all have said or emailed or exchanged over the past week with the arrival of 2022. And for me, they've been a tangible reminder that as we enter January 2022, we're entering the 22nd month of hopefully the first and last global pandemic of my lifetime. Over that time, our businesses have been decimated by the effects of COVID, the fear of going out. They have their receipts and visitation and visitors down. They've been scared because of the virus, rightfully so, even with the vaccines and boosters, they've also been faced with a terrible labor and staffing shortage that have made some places close shorter hours, made some places have less people that not even able to open the doors. They've also, on top of all this, probably another side effect of the pandemic, have been hit, if that wasn't enough, with a global supply chain issue that has hurt them on getting supplies, on plates, whatever they need that usually was readily available, that now takes months that they order and they cannot get to conduct their business. These businesses have been ravaged by the effects of the pandemic. And these businesses are our lifeblood. They are our partners. They're Paula at True North. They're Tran at Viet Citron. Will send me a message saying, Mike, we're getting killed out here. I want to put some seats outside. I don't understand what I have to do with all this stuff, and I don't want to put that money out if it's not going to get approved. And for those reasons, I'm fully in support of the article as written. I feel like anything we can do to alleviate those pressures and all that stuff, all these people and our partners and our businesses and the places we get coffee every morning have been impacted. Anything we can do to make that process easier for them, I'm in favor of, and I'm behind them 100%. I also was looking over the list of the task force, and they will be the ones that will do the review. And it's an impressive list to me. I have faith in Officer McDonough. I have faith in Mike Hannafin. I have faith in Mark, our building commissioner. I have faith in Marlene from the Board of Health. I have faith in Melissa. And most of all, in my 3 years on the planning board, I have met and worked with and gotten to know Kristen. And I have faith in Kristen that if people on the planning board have concerns and go to Kristen and tell her, I have faith that Kristen will go to bat for us in that task force, and our views, comments, and discussion will be heard. I have faith that Kristen will do that for us. So again, for all those reasons, I'm fully in support of the article as written. I do hear the concerns of my fellow board members. I do appreciate them, and I know that it's a tough one because I know everybody is in support of the businesses. I know everybody loves outdoor dining so that we can get out of our homes and actually do something instead of being stuck using Instacart and stuck doing these Zoom meetings. I know that outdoor dining has helped, and I know ultimately in the end, everyone here is in support of it, and we're just looking at it different ways. But I know we have a long agenda. I could go on there, but that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for everyone for listening.
Madam Chair, Ernie?
You're on mute, Brenda.
I'm going to call bingo then. Member Covino, I was
Thank
just going
you.
to ask if you have anything.
Just hopefully a few short words. I'm just sitting here listening and remembering our role in this particular item on our agenda is to recommend to town meeting, and then let town meeting, the legislative body, make the decision, because this would actually be a change to the zoning bylaw, and we don't make changes to the zoning bylaw. We just recommend favorably or unfavorably on it. And other than that, I tend to lean towards what Mike was saying, but I really don't want to burden the item anymore. I was just reminding everybody that our role is to recommend to town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Covino. So I guess, we've obviously, we're in a little bit of a split. I think we're all in the same page where we say, we are in full support of outdoor dining. To Member Covino's point, we aren't to change bylaws, but just to recommend kind of, this concept as a whole. I think as chair, when presenting this to town meeting, it's up to me to, voice our concerns, whether it be, the time restrictions, letting the public comment, and reminding folks that, we, as Vice Chair Gaffney said, we are elected officials, and these folks vote for us because they truly value our opinion. That being said, I am in favor of this motion, but I want to make sure that we're clear that, when this is presented, all of those points will be presented by myself to town meeting. And I think it's up to us as members of the community and everyone who is watching to speak to their town meeting members and voice their concerns, so that if there is something that we need to modify in this zoning bylaw, that they can speak to our concerns and modify as they deem fit. So I will leave it at that.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
could I just have one other comment? Just,
Sure.
you know, and Mike, I couldn't agree with you more about the businesses having, you know, gone through a tough time and all of the issues that have created that problem over this period of time. Now, you know, the thing that you need to keep in mind is that it's not just the restaurants that have gone through that business, through that problem, those problems. Now, if I tell you how many times a business like Here by Nicole, who probably had, you know, that business probably had just as many hard times through the pandemic as any other business had. But, you know, she's next to a restaurant. If that restaurant were able to double its amount of seats, there's not enough parking out there for her to conduct her business as it is. And if all of a sudden that business is given double the amount of seats and they're taking all those spots in front of her business. Now here's a business who's struggled just as that business has, and she literally could go out of business because she doesn't have enough parking. So, you know, these are the types of things, again, you know, that's why I stress so much that I think we need to be looking at these because, you know, as Bill said, we're the public officials. We're the one whose neighbors catch us as we walk into the supermarket, and all these people that are our neighbors, that are our friends throughout the town, they fill us through the, you know, hey, there's a lot of problems over here. I've tried to find parking at this place, or I tried to do this. You know, we hear these things, and, you know, we see these things firsthand, and, you know, we are aware of the problems that they have in the parking down, you know, at that plaza where Here by Nicole is. Now, you know, these other people don't hear those problems. We've heard those because they've been before us many times when they've changed businesses over in there. So that's something that, you know, other departments probably wouldn't be aware of, but we are aware of those things. So if a restaurant in that plaza was going to double the amount of seats that they had, we would have to make sure that worked for all the businesses in that plaza. So there are considerations that I think we uniquely have, you know, have dealt with and have experienced over the years that a lot of these other places and a lot of these other departments and a lot of these other boards haven't dealt with. Those are the things that I'm talking about. And again, I think given them for the most part, nobody's against a business because we say that we want to be able to, you know, review these things. I think for the most part, you know, everything is smooth. It's rubber stamped. They probably don't even have to show. They submit it. No, we haven't heard any problems. We don't know of any issues down there. Boom, rubber stamped. It happens. I don't think anyone's going to be denied any of those things. Paula, you know, True North, I doubt very much if she'll be denied. You know, most likely plenty of parking and no other issues being, you know, those types of things. I don't see that really as an issue, but we need to be cognizant of the fact that all of the businesses in our town have gone through a hard time, not just the restaurants.
So Melissa, I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to that, and then Member Spejo, and then I believe also Rick Parker would like to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Member Mpemba. I think part of my obligation as the Economic Development Director is to do exactly what Member Mpemba is talking about. Bring to the board, bring to the elected officials proposals that respond to our business community. And through this process, not only is this proposal kind of in response, but we have experience through this. And the proposal includes direction from the elected bodies through the guidelines. So those guidelines are your voice, in addition to staff representing you in the review process. So I just want to make that clear. And my understanding is that if it comes through planning, it would be a special permit amendment, typically, is that I understand through our legal counsel. And so those create hurdles. So not only in terms of the cost, in terms of the legal representation, and the uncertainty. So these create the limitations for people to bring innovative and creative setups outside. This is an annual permit, so if something between April and November goes awry, we can either catch it and revoke the permit through the middle of the time, or for the next year, the permit would not be issued again. And this is again through a collaborative process, through working with our boards and working with our staff. And it allows the businesses the flexibility and kind of the streamlined nature of going through a process that is simpler, more transparent, and with the expectations, the guidelines have already set out for the businesses. So in terms of making altercations, this is why we're bringing it to the boards, to fulfill our obligation to give you a proposal that we feel is a supportive action for our restaurants. And if, in my experience, in economic development and planning, having cars and, having the business, having the foot traffic, having that energy there is positive, and there's synergy there. Any safety issues are addressed through the building code and through our existing our review through police and fire.
Thank you. Member Smejo, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, just want to respond to a couple of Mr. Member Impemba's comments. It's funny that you bring up Hair by Nicole. I know Nicole Ventura very well. We graduated high school together. And when the restaurant came before the planning board, the new one that just went in there, the one we just heard, Nicole reached out to me several times with her concerns. We've talked many times about it. We recently had our 30th reunion for Burlington High. We talked again there about it and how it was going, and I'm fully aware of her business. And I assured Nicole, as I do to anyone now, and hopefully my fellow board members and anyone listening, that any concerns businesses have like that will be heard. The task force is there to hear those concerns. Kristen will be there to represent the planning board's concerns. Kristen will bring those concerns to the planning board. And I also think, lastly, I want to keep it quick, big agenda. This has gone on long, that a rising tide raises all boats. So if that restaurant, Nicole's Plaza, does well, then more people come to the plaza, more energy, more synergy, like Melissa just said. Maybe someone will, stop in for a walk-in appointment, or even check for a walk-in appointment, because they had the ability to go to that restaurant and see that they had an outdoor seat, and that maybe they didn't know that there was Nicole's was there. They're new to town or whatever, even though everyone knows Nicole. But real quick, I am familiar with that plaza, and I do think that, on a macro level, that this is better for the town. Again, just one person's opinion. I hear everyone's, and I definitely respect everyone's opinion, and there's been some great points brought up by everyone tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gaffney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I was going to mention is that with regard to special permits, the applicants, unless it's a fairly large development that we see, you typically don't see those folks bringing in lawyers for the extra cost for that applicant. So just maybe someone that we attends a lot of planning boards and see who comes in for special permits. Legal representation is not required, nor do we see it regularly, particularly for small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member LaRue?
Hi, I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. First of all, I think it's important for everyone listening to understand that we are not putting up barriers to these businesses having outdoor seating. We have agreed that they should be allowed to do so on a temporary basis and try it out for a certain period of time. And I've said this to Melissa in outside conversations. Maybe that time is a year, maybe it's more than a year, and I'm very willing to discuss what that time period should be so that the business has a chance to test out the concept and make sure that it makes sense for them, and make sure that it makes sense for them to invest. At some point, they should come to the planning board, because Mike, your discussion, your example with Hair by Nicole actually makes Joe's point. Nicole came to you because you are an elected member of this board. That's why she came to you to discuss her concerns. And when we had that business come before us, she had the opportunity to come and speak to us if she wanted to. The way this is set up, residents and other businesses have no opportunity to weigh in the way we provide them that opportunity when they come to planning board. And that's really important because we don't know, some of these things could go up, and like most of them are going to be wonderful, but a few of them may have problems. And if it doesn't come to planning board in an open forum where people can feel comfortable that they are actually invited to come and give their input, they may never get the chance to have input because that's not going to be, they're not going to know when the task force is reviewing this. That's not a public meeting.
And
So,
they don't get the,
it's very
and the notification process is part of that. That's, yeah.
Mhm.
I think you're on mute, Brenda. Madam Chair, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Parker, you've been waiting patiently. Would you like to speak still?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the comments. It's been some great conversations here. But on behalf of the business community and specifically the business community, and I think you all know that I represent a lot of the businesses through my role in the chamber, but I'm also an elected town meeting member. And like it or not, I give out my business card to everyone who has my cell phone. And I can tell you that I have received hundreds, if not thousands of calls in the past year regarding what we can do to help businesses. And Member Impemba had mentioned that all businesses have been hurt. And Joe, you're absolutely right. But none have been more impacted than the restaurant community. Had it not been for the payroll protection program and the restaurant revitalization fund, we would have seen a large number of them already closed. We have to send a signal to the businesses that have been so important to our community to attract larger companies that we stand behind them. And I think everyone here that's on the board, we're so focused on what we do and how we control it. We don't see how it's perceived by other people. And I will assure you that I've heard many people say that they don't see it as an impediment to people getting outdoor dining. The business community sees it as a huge impediment. The task force right now has been doing a great job. And there are conversations that go on through businesses, through me, that I have with the task force, talking about neighbors that might have an interest in what's going on. But there's also a component in there where the landlord has to sign off on what's ever going on. So there are checks and balances. But the thing that's really striking to me here is that the planning board, through staff, still has control through the task force. So if there's something that that staff knows won't be accepted, it won't go through the task force. I think right now we need to send a signal that we're going to try to streamline the process as much as possible. And I would love to get to the point where we have outdoor dining that we're talking about is starting to get larger than we anticipated. Then we can deal with it. But one way or another, whether a planning board supports this or doesn't, this is going to go to town meeting, where as a town meeting member, I want to have the ability to debate on it. The public can come out, businesses can come out at a predictable time to be able to weigh in on this. I know that you don't think it's tough for businesses to come out and I heard the word, we can rubber stamp these things. I assure you that businesses don't have any time, whether it's with or without a lawyer, to come to a meeting, sometimes at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, to get something that is supposedly going to be rubber stamped. So I'm hoping that you would support this. I think we need to remember that while the state of emergency, I think it's April 22nd, was written in the document, will officially be over, we're a long way from being out of the woods. And I think the restaurant community, more than any, certainly retail and other businesses are hurting badly. We need to send a signal that we're willing to work with them and not put another roadblock there. And I don't mean that in a negative way. The folks on this board do a great job, and we appreciate that. But you do have a way to weigh in through staff, through the task force, to keep things from getting out of control. So I hope that you would support this. It's critical that we send the message to the business community, specifically those small businesses that are struggling beyond what most of you can believe. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sherry Ellis, did you have a comment that you'd like to make, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm on a phone, so I'm not sure I can't see any of you, but this is Sherry Ellis, a town meeting member and also Chair of the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee. And Melissa and Kristen have been before our board to present as well. And I had a request and a couple of questions. So the request would be, is I believe that in the warrant article, there is the mention of the guidelines. And also, I believe earlier in the discussion, Melissa mentioned the task force. So if they could send me a copy of the guidelines and the task force, because I know the ZBRC members will want to just understand those two things when we review it next week. The other couple of questions I had is, I think I heard earlier, and I wanted clarification, that this is an annual permit, but I think in the actual bylaw, it says that the term is according to the building inspector. So I just want clarification on what the term limit is that's being proposed.
Madam Chair?
Please.
Yes, the current guidelines that have been proposed under the provisional process are COVID related, so they still have some of the existing language, such as, tables that are 6 feet apart, as well as some other language associated with Board of Health language. So those guidelines exist, and we've been using those. With this process, those guidelines would be updated and approved by Planning Board and Select Board so that they're up to date. So I'm happy to share the existing one and the draft of what would be proposed for the both boards.
Okay, so that draft would not be finalized before the amendment then, correct?
Correct, because both boards would have to approve them.
Okay, and I guess my other question, or kind of question and comment, is I think at our last meeting, we talked, one of the ideas that you had presented was just like a pilot program. Again, this was a pilot program to begin with, but to continue that pilot program and maybe have it for a 2-year kind of, where they wouldn't have to come back and they could just, go through the task force. So, and I don't know what happened to that idea, where your thought process was on that.
Well, the proposal is again, to kind of support the businesses and allowing for this kind of innovative and creative temporary flexible options, right? The flexibility of some seating options. And so with kind of the input from both Planning Board and ZBRC, we adjusted the proposal that the permit would be applied for each year. So you would have to renew it each year. That still offered, some certainty, but it also allowed enough oversight for, maintenance or anything that might be out of compliance with the guidelines. So that's how that evolved through input from both the boards as well as the businesses. We've had conversations with some of the businesses that have, set up during COVID. Paula from True North, Legal Seafood, Friendly Toast, Landana's. These are all businesses that have been able to set up some temporary seating under the provisional process, and said that, with an annual review, they felt confident that they would, be able to invest and put something else, following the guidelines, it would be, kind of in compliance. And that's how we landed on that.
All right, thank you for that explanation. And I think I now better understand. I've been listening to all the board members and I appreciate all their comments. I think my concern with this is I like the idea, as many of the members do, but that uncertainty in the way the warrant article is written, that the building inspector the terms are basically not written. They're in the guidelines that aren't approved yet. And as an annual permit with a renewal, that sounds great. And the businesses can, oh, I'm getting feedback. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. And the businesses can come back for that annual renewer, and that sounds like a reasonable process as opposed to, something that is really less defined and less input is involved. And this is just comments from myself, not from the board. We'll be discussing this, the ZBRC, we'll be discussing it next Wednesday. But I think that it's a little unclear in the way it's written. And so for that term of the permit. And so if that could be maybe, clarified a little bit more or a little more specified, I think that would help maybe some of the board members from the planning board. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I think that we've gone through this quite a bit. Just to let everyone know, we have a 40-page agenda. This is page 10. We do have one more meeting before town meeting. So, I think that it may be in our best interest to continue this matter. Unless somebody else would feel differently, because I think that, Melissa, I think we all want to support you, and I want to make sure that, everybody's on the same page so that we can get this drafted the best way possible and make sure that, we're giving everyone what they need. Does anyone have any other thoughts that they haven't shared at this point?
I have one.
So go ahead, sorry.
As I said before, we are already allowing, and all of us want to allow these businesses to test this concept out, maybe for 8 months, maybe a year, maybe 18 months. We're willing to discuss what that period of time is. But the other thing that we haven't talked about is that all of this is being done in response to the pandemic. And I fully support that. That is going to end someday. And this is a permanent change. And there, perhaps 18 months or 2 years down the road, the pandemic is over and businesses are all going back to normal, and we still have ceded all authority for outdoor seating. And we have made it so that residents and other businesses nearby have no opportunity for public comment. This is a long-term solution to a short-term problem, and that concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Mpemba, and then I think we'll move to vote after this.
Yeah, just two more quick comments, and I think
Sure.
one of them is in relation to that, again, I don't think anyone's against this, and it's making it sound like, we're making people jump through hoops. Really, what we're doing is we're allowing them to get double the amount of seating, and all we're asking in return is fill an application out. You don't even have to show up to a meeting. We have an application in front of us. They don't even probably have to go to the meeting, as long as we are able to have input and realize through the year, if there's been problems, we can address them at that point in time. We're not asking anybody to go out to a late night meeting, even once a year, in exchange for the double the amount of seats that we're going to give them. We're just asking for a yearly review in case there are problems that have been created. We can address those problems at that point in time. That's one thing. Another thing is, again, we can't lose sight of the fact that all businesses were hurt through this. And I know in the past, and again, we may have to be dealing with this issue in the future as well. We've told gas stations that they can't sell water outside. They can't sell, firewood outside. We've told them all of their things have to be completely within the confines of their business. So, we start changing bylaws, or we're going to be changing bylaws all over the place. So we've allowed this, again, we were allowing it on a, it's been allowed on an emergency basis, but, what about the clothing store that's way behind on their sales this year, and all of a sudden they realize that if they move, 20 racks of clothes out onto the sidewalk, they can sell a lot more clothes in that same period of time. Again, I'm not trying to create problems. I'm trying to address, problems with them, with these that I know exist, and I want to see this happen. But there's also a slippery slope to just allowing things to go on without control of the planning board, because there's a lot of businesses out there that may want to sell double the amount of goods that they have, and they only have half the amount of space to do it. So, you know, you really, if you take that concept right through, there's a lot of businesses that would love to be selling all their things on the sidewalks and out onto the thing. So, you know, are we changing bylaws, or are we gonna do this on an emergency basis and still be able to have controls over what goes on? Just a point, I don't think that's been brought up, that there are other businesses that I'm sure would like to have additional square footage to sell their goods. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Spaho, last comment, and then let's move on.
Real quick, I don't think continuing really, I'm against it. I don't think it's gonna change really anything. I think everyone's pretty much has strong feelings about this. And they're all valid concerns. Everyone has the best interests, I feel, from the bottom of my heart, of Burlington at the bottom of their heart. So I think waiting 2 weeks, and I think the vote would be the same if we took it tonight, if we took it 2 weeks from now, if we took it a month ago, if we take it a year from now. I think everyone has their, you know, we all have our vote and our right and our feelings. So I don't think continuing would help anything. Just my opinion. Thanks, Madam Chair.
May I have a motion, please?
Like to make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter, Madam Chair.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Aye.
Member Cavino,
Yes,
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
No,
Member LaRue,
Yes.
May I have another motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a
Yeah.
motion to recommend favorably on the petition to amend the zoning bylaw. Article 2 definitions, Article 4 use regulations, Article 8 overlay districts, and make Article 10 miscellaneous and special regulations to define and regulate outdoor seating and placemaking uses submitted by the select board with the following recommendations.
second, Ernie.
Chairman Rappaport,
Abstain.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
No.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Aye.
Member Cavino,
Yes,
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
no,
Member LaRue.
No.
Liz, can you read that vote?
Yeah.
Sure, we have three no's, 3 yeses, and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on.
Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you to the board for the discussion and all the input. And I agree with, Member Espejo. I mean, I think the intention, we're all trying to get to the same place. So appreciate everyone's input.
Great. Thank you for all your work. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. So staff, does that motion pass then, or does it fail with the 3-3?
It's just a recommendation
So is the recommendation,
to town meeting.
So your recommendation to town meeting is 331. So you're kind of neutral. It doesn't need to pass. It doesn't need, I mean, it can pass, it can fail, it can be neutral. You just need to vote to send it forward. And you can provide recommendations.
yeah, because it was, the motion was made for favorably, right?
right.
So the motion
Favorably
was recommended favorably. The favorable motion didn't pass, but you made a recommendation.
3-3.
I mean,
So-
it's kind of,
so let me
it's a,
understand this. So the favorable, so the motion, let me try to understand. The motion was made to favorably recommend, and that did not pass. Is that correct?
that's correct. I mean, you could vote again, but I mean, if it's going to come out the same way again, it's just you made a motion to town meeting. That motion is that you're split down the middle. The recommendation is going to read that you made a motion, but it's split down the middle, so it didn't pass as
Didn't pass.
favorable. And if you vote again, it didn't pass as. But you don't need to, because it's a recommendation. It doesn't need to pass or fail necessarily.
well, no, but it's still a motion to recommend favorably, and it didn't pass.
It did not
So
pass.
so in other words, it will go as a motion that didn't pass, but they will be able to look at the vote and see who voted what way and how it was voted.
Right.
So it's a motion that
Absolutely.
didn't pass, a favorable, to vote in favor, to support, and it was, and it failed.
Okay.
Correct.
So
In
when
fact, the vote
presented,
was, 3, 3, and 1, and that's,
correct. So when presented, I'll explain that it was 3, 3, and 1. I'll explain the concerns. And then, it's up to town meeting to amend as needed or proceed as they deem fit.
Right, and what town meeting usually asks for is if it's this type of vote, it's usually asked the chair to and or a member from the one side on the three, the other side on the three, the chair being the abstention, that you're certainly welcome to discuss the reasons for that vote at town meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's move on to item D is a public hearing application for approval of an amendment to a special permit pursuant to 4.3.2.22. It's a drive-through with the zoning bylaws, 28 Wynn Street. Moni's Donuts Inc. is the applicant. Just as a reminder, the planning board had voted on this on November 4th. The board had voted 4-0 on the motion to approve the special permit for the drive-through. However, special permits require a supermajority vote in order to be approved, so we need 5 votes in order for this to pass. We welcome the representative of Moni's Donuts, who's here this evening.
Mark Wickstead with Bowler.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
So I don't know that we necessarily need to go through everything as unless anyone has any additional questions or needs a refresher on what had transpired on November 4th, or if we can just move forward and make a motion.
Madam Chair, just because it is a reposted new hearing, I would have potentially Mr. Wickstead from Bowler just quickly run through a very quick summary of what this is that you're talking about here before you discuss further.
Okay. So the proposal is to make some changes in the parking lot, and I believe the site plan has already been approved. So it's really just trying to make the drive-through operation safer and more efficient by adding 2 ordering points and cleaning up some of the parking and adding a driveway. I think the board gave a lot of input on things that they wanted to see changed in the initial plan that we submitted, and I believe we've addressed most of the board's concerns as best we can. So really, it's just a safety and efficiency project to improve the drive-through operation. There's a lot of confusion out there today, if anybody's been there, just given the way things are set up. I don't have that much else to say about it.
So also just to clarify, the way we left it with the site plan was voted in favor of, what this special permit is really allowing the drive-through to go from 1 drive-through to 2 drive-throughs. It's kind of in this hybrid 1.5 drive-throughs right now. So the site plan itself has already been approved. It's really for the drive-through operation use expansion. And that's the piece that we brought back after discussing with member Espaillo, kind of, and you can blame us, the snafu of kind of going through this vote and then realizing we should have advised at the time what the votes meant. And I'm not sure if, not to put member Espaillo on the spot, but just kind of the thought process when we spoke about the site plan and wanting to support the Sergeant McDonough, but also formalizing that double drive-through.
Madam
Thanks.
Chair, can I just get more clarification? Because I was supporting so there were 2 plans, kind of, there's the plans in front of us, and the police department spoke on that. So is the testimony from the last one, because this is a new one, so does the testimony that the policeman gave is not valid to what we're voting on here? Is that correct? I think you're on mute. But I think I was just going to ask the staff that.
Sure. So what Sergeant McDonough had concerns about that the entrance. There was the drive-through. So if you look at the building, there was.
Let me stop you if I can. Does what he commented on, does that have to do with the special permit?
No,
Thank you. Okay, thank you. The special permit just has to do with that drive-through section, doesn't have to do with any of the configuration of the site plan that we voted on. Is that
correct.
Thank you.
The special permit is just that drive-through portion to allow for the second ordering point.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I jump in? Mike?
Please do.
Yeah, to echo what Kristen said, Kristen, was gracious and said it was staff's issue, but this one was my fault. I made the vote and I wasn't clear that I wasn't sure. I didn't know that voting no would go against the site plan in general, which I was in favor of. My no vote should have been I should have voted yes on this one and no. Yes, no on this one, I mean, yes on this one, no on the site plan. And I wanted to support Officer McDonough because I really took to heart his comments during the hearing. So I'd like to make a motion if I can, or I'll wait.
Does anyone else have any comments that we can make? Otherwise, Mike, I'm ready for a motion.
Just quickly ask public.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does anyone in the public have anything to say?
Just to reconsider.
Member Mpemba?
Yeah, just a comment. So when we did the site plan, there was no, the big problem with this site, as I think we all agreed to, was that it's just too much business for the small amount of land. And when we did the site plan, didn't have the availability. It appears that now as they drive by, there's a sign on the lot next door that it's for sale, which probably would solve every problem that this site has ever had and will have into the future. And it's probably the proper way to, to address it is to have additional land to accommodate even just the employee parking on the site, because the employees basically take up almost all the parking spots on the site. I don't know if the applicant has looked into the possibility of acquiring the contiguous property to address all the issues. That's, I guess that, I would regret not asking that question during this process.
I can't speak to whether that's an option or not at this point.
I think that, we really need to focus on what's being presented in front of us. I think if, as folks in the real estate industry, Joe, I think we both can say, almost any property is technically for sale. If we said, okay, well, it'd be great if we could buy the one next door, and the fact that there is a for sale sign, you think that's great and all, but to hold this application up and have that being a change of direction, I think that's kind of tough on the applicant. And if they want to come back and purchase that and then make something different, that
Well,
would
I'm not telling, I mean, with all due respect, I'm not telling the applicant he has to do it. I'm just asking if that was even looked into, because it would solve a lot of problems. If this, again, we're addressing a problem, that has existed over time, because we're trying to accommodate a business to keep a good business in town and keep a good business thriving. But quite honestly, this fix, had it come to us as the original application, would have never flown. And that's why I'd be remiss if I didn't at least ask if they had looked at the possibility of acquiring additional parking next door and fixing it the right way to begin with. That's it. I'm not conditioning anything on them purchasing a property. I simply was asking to see if it was something that they had even thought about looking at. Simply that's it.
understand.
It's an opportunity that came up. Only simply there's a sign there. It's not, nobody had to go and ask anybody. It looked like I drove by, there's a sign for sale there, so it looked like a good opportunity to me, but it's not my business, so it's, I can only ask a question.
Sure, I appreciate the clarification. Member LaRue.
I had a question I wanted to make sure I'm clear on what I'm voting on. So we are not voting on the site plan. We are only voting on whether or not to make the the make 2 lanes for the 2 order points. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that's all I was gonna ask. And then I just wanted to say about what Joe just said. That's very interesting to me because I think that would be an enormous benefit to the town and to this business. So again, like Joe, I'm not suggesting that that should be forced upon anyone. But if this is something that this business owner would consider or is considering, that would be valuable information, and perhaps it would make sense for us to continue to give the owner time to explore that possibility. If it's out of the realm of possibility, then that means we should not bother waiting.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Please.
So unfortunately, Barbara, the site plan that was before you on November 4th has already been voted on.
Right.
And so even if they were to purchase if we continued this, the special permit, and they purchased the property and wanted to redesign it, they would definitely need to come back to us for another site plan anyway.
That I
So I don't know if continuing would kind of
Okay.
be a
I understand.
beneficial way to handle it.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
Great. So this is a public hearing. Does anyone in the public have anything that they would like to comment?
don't we, Madam Chair, point of information, don't we have to make this motion to even just start talking about this, to reconsider the application for approval of an amendment to the special permit drive-through of the zoning bylaws, 28 Wynn Street? And then I'm not sure how, I'm a little confused.
Madam Chair, I confirmed kind of the layout of this with town council, and it's true that member Espejo does need to make the motion since he's the one that wants to reconsider this public hearing. So he needs to make the motion, and then we can go forward from there.
No pressure,
Then we
Mike.
can talk about it, right?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the application for approval of an amendment to the special permit pursuant to 4.3.2.22 drive-through of the zoning bylaws, 28 Wynn Street, Moniz Donuts, Inc. applicant.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay. So does anyone else have anything that they'd like to to comment or question the applicant? Okay, this is a public hearing. Does anyone in the public have any questions or comments on this matter? Seeing no one, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Close this hearing on this matter, I guess is the way it's written here.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Now, another
Madam Chair, I'd like to
motion.
make a motion to approve the request of Lisa Dempsey of Moniz Donuts, Inc. applicant for a special permit pursuant to section 4.3.2.22 drive-through of the Article 4 of the Town of Burlington zoning bylaws to permit the expansion of existing drive-through from 1 lane to 2 lanes, resulting in 2 ordering points and increased vehicle queuing, in addition to significant parking lot improvements as outlined in the associated minor engineering change application for property located in the general BG district at 28 Wynn Street, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit B attached.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Wigston. We appreciate your patience through this process, and best of luck in construction.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Moving on, item E is a continued public hearing, application for approval of definitive subdivision plan for Redmond Street. Murray Hills Incorporated is the applicant. Who is here on behalf of the applicant?
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes?
It's Joe. I believe that I'm not able to participate in this. I don't know if it's just the vote or if the whole hearing, given that I had missed 2 hearings on it. So, should I just recuse myself from the whole meeting?
Yes,
or-
Yes.
you should just recuse. So just kind of tune out for a little bit and we'll
Yep.
pop back in when you start hearing the roll calls.
Okay, sounds
Not
good.
to, not to vote, but to get
Yep.
ready for the next one.
Yep. Got it.
For some coffee, it's gonna be a long night. Okay, folks, who's here, on behalf of the applicant?
Hi, this is David Romero from Commonwealth Engineering. And I know Phyllis is here too, but I'm not sure if she's turned on. Excuse the language.
Wait a minute. What am I listening to? Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, folks, so, Mr. Romero,
Yes.
did you,
So-
wanna just kind of, I think we've gone through this quite a bit.
Yeah, we
so
have, and we had a meeting with, I guess, a subcommittee. Some of the planning board members went over the waivers, whether or not we could build this without waivers. And I think we demonstrated that we could. So now we're back with our original plan, except that we made some minor changes, including the pavement width is now 20. We've expanded it by 2 feet. We do have our full turnaround and the driveways and retaining walls. So it's about the same plan, and we are hoping that the board can consider the waivers so that we can minimize the impact to the wetlands. And I think that's what this plan does. And that's where we're at now.
Okay, does anyone on the board have any questions, comments, that they'd like to make prior to, moving forward? Vice Chair Gaffney? Bill, Vice Chair, you're on mute.
Can we hear from the subcommittee members from the board?
Sure. So, I was present during that, and I guess, I'll speak very candidly. I'm not excited about the subdivision. While I do know that they have this right to build, displacing wetlands is a very very big concern for me. And I think it should be for the townspeople. And I think that we're entering a new era of building in the town of Burlington where this is going to continue to happen. So, I think it's, what's our options? Do we approve the waivers, or do we approve it or do we deny it and let them build as is and have more disruption to the area? And as far as I'm concerned, I think that, approving the waivers is to the community's benefit and to the builder's benefit to create the best subdivision possible. Member LaRue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are there other members that were on the subcommittee? Or was it just you?
You're on mute, Barbara.
Sorry?
Member LaRue, you're on mute.
Oh, Member LaRue was? Okay.
Sorry, yes, I was there. And I have actually something I want to say before we vote. It's rather lengthy, but I agree with what Brenda is saying, that what I took from that subcommittee meeting is that the subdivision proposal can be built without waivers. And what that means, and what I think it's really important for the public to understand, is that means that the planning board cannot deny the subdivision. So the only thing we're deciding is whether or not we should approve these waivers. And I want everyone to know that and I think many of my other board members would not even be considering waivers if it were not for the fact that this could be built without them. So because it can move forward without waivers, our hands are tied. And the waivers that we're voting on are simply to mitigate the damage from the development. And I'm choosing my words very carefully here. They don't make it better. They just lessen the negative impact. I also don't want to overstate the damage from the development. It's not catastrophic. It's only 2 houses. But it is one more drop in an already full bucket. And if we continue to build on every available scrap of land, even when that land is surrounded by wetlands, or even when you have to cross wetlands in order to get access to that land, we will pay a price eventually. The people who pay the price will not be the people who live in these beautiful new homes, and it probably won't even be their neighbors. The people who pay the price are going to be the people that live downstream in neighborhoods like Sandy Brook and Hilltop. Their water situation will get incrementally worse, and they won't even know why. Again, not catastrophic because this is only 2 houses. This little development is not going to cause those people's homes to flood any more than they already are. But if we continue this kind of development, it will cause damage over time. And some of those houses may eventually become unlivable. So I'm going to vote for these waivers because they mitigate the damage. But I think that this board and other boards in town too need to start thinking about ways that we can protect our residents and our environment, because we are on a very dangerous path here. We live in an area that is very wet, that is low lying. We have very delicate natural resources, and there's a very delicate balance that we are in danger of destroying. So I think we need to start looking at ways that we can prevent developments like this from occurring in the future, because they will, in aggregate, have a very negative impact on our town moving forward. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask Subcommittee Member LaRue a specific question?
Sure.
Okay. Member LaRue, in the subcommittee, you went through each individual waiver and the benefit to the town.
yes.
Is it in your opinion that all the waivers get granted, or are there ones that you see that shouldn't get granted?
I think all of the waivers, and again, I don't see them as a benefit to the town. I see them merely as mitigating damage.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this matter from the board? Okay.
Madam Chair, just quickly, I just want to, if I can, just wanted to mention a few things
Sure.
that are in the decision to highlight. I'm getting feedback, but if it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. We talked a little bit about the in terms of drainage and maintenance, and as we've done in the past with other drainage systems, where obviously the developer maintains drainage until such time as the subdivision is complete, and then it's the property owner's responsibility to maintain the drainage structures. We have added kind of between completion and a few years after, fund the maintenance to kind of help educate the homeowners that are required to maintain the stormwater systems, to fund that. And then in terms of the waivers, for the site features, we had added that we didn't fully waive the feature to identify all 12-inch trees, but actually work to preserve where there isn't actually development or significant grading changes, all 12-inch trees within the development area, to maintain, a tree canopy within with what they can within this the development area of the site. Let's see, and then also the rest of Redmond as it goes to Raymond Road, work to discontinue that piece of the roadway as well. Sorry, I was getting a little feedback, so if I sounded a little jumbled. And again, just to echo, that this subdivision has been demonstrated to be built under subdivision rules and regulations. I do think, as mentioned, that we probably should be, as I've mentioned in the past, look at subdivision rules and regulations in general, because the state law is if it meets the town is allowed to put rules and regs in place. If the subdivision can meet those, we do not have the authority to deny a subdivision. So therefore, that's where it's the waivers make the subdivision better, not make it possible. That's why there was that's long discussion about kind of ensuring that was the case. So if the waivers need a vote of 5, the subdivision needs a vote of 4 of you to approve. If the waivers failed, the subdivision could still pass. It's just it would be able to be, they'd need to come back, but be able to be built under full compliance, which is more impact to the environment and wetlands than with the waivers. So as Member LaRue explained. So thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So if we pass the waivers, then the vote comes up for the subdivision itself, correct? And that we do not have a choice on, or that explain that for me, please.
So if the waivers pass, you can pass the subdivision that's in front of you. If the waivers don't pass, then the plan in front of you is not something that you can pass. But
If the waivers do pass,
if the waivers do
we have
pass,
to pass the subdivision because we have no choice.
essentially, yes.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Does anyone in the community have any questions, comments, concerns?
Hi, yes, I have a question.
Would you please identify yourself?
Yep, I'm Linda Unsworth, and I live at the end of Raymond Road, and I'm getting a terrible feedback as well, but these questions may already be answered because I'm not on top of Planning Board and Conservation Commission, so I do apologize if I'm asking questions that have already been explained. But I thought at the last meeting, the Planning Board was going to meet with the Conservation, and they were going to talk about DEP and problems with the wetlands and, water backup and things that you guys are concerned about. And I don't see where that ever happened when we listened to the conservationist. So did you all meet with the Conservation Commission and they're fine with it? And DEP is also fine with all this?
Kristen, I will leave
Sure.
this-
So the Conservation Commission, we have spoken to the Conservation Commission to understand their issues. The question that we had with the amount of wetland filling and if they built the subdivision out to full subdivision rules and regulations, how would that affect the project? How do the waivers affect the project? Obviously, the Conservation Commission would like to see less disturbance. The DEP approval is something that would come after this, and that's something that I can't necessarily speak to in terms of what DEP. I think actually DEP, if we were to build it out, I think over, and maybe Dave or Mary, you can help with this regulation. But if the wetland filling was over a certain threshold, they would need to get additional permits through DEP. From our understanding from the Conservation Commission, it's not necessarily the DEP. It would be an additional permitting requirement, not necessarily the DEP would not allow it. From what I understand, it would just be a different process. Under this proposal with the waivers, we are under that threshold, I believe. So again, feel free to for the engineer to jump in. And then Conservation is waiting for us to, in case we changed the plan, for them to take their final vote on this proposal. So I hope that answers, but I unfortunately can't speak directly for Concom.
So what you're saying is if they're under the 5,000 square foot fill or something, DEP will not even be involved?
DEP does review the projects, but they basically leave it up to each town to for permitting for something like this. If we'd gone over 5,000 square feet of filling, then it'd be another level of permitting. That would be DEP would be directly involved, but DEP won't be directly involved in this one. But they will. Again, they do review it. They may not comment. They leave it up to the local conservation commission.
And I guess one of the reasons why I'm asking is there is a file to DEP on that property years and years ago that was denied. So why are we not asking DEP now after it was denied years ago?
I don't know. I'm not aware of what that was.
I'm also not aware of that.
That sounds important. Sorry, this is Barbara.
I was thinking the same thing. So staff, I guess if you could explain to us, if it was denied years ago and we would go back, you know, or now we're kind of revisiting the same plot of land, would that denial hold true, or would they have to represent, or would that, you know, raise a flag to somebody? You know, I guess, could you explain that process if you're familiar with it?
Yeah, so Conservation Commission, it works with DEP. We do not. It's in their kind of their wheelhouse in terms of in what DEP is looking at. You can certainly, I don't know what this is referring to, or even if it was on these particular lots. But it is something that you can condition within this, and we can try to put something in to ensure that if there is anything that from that previous DEP, again, I don't know what it is, so denial, that we can have it have them either resolve before any construction begins, and or at least to figure out what it was, and then obviously if it would change. You're making a determination based on the information that was presented to you. If there's information that would change the information presented to you, then they might be something that would trigger another review. But at this point, without knowing exactly what it is, all I can do is try to say is just that try to get some information before they are able to start construction. But really with DEP, it's in the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction, and they're not yet complete with this. So I would certainly bring that question to Conservation before they have their final vote.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm getting a message from Eileen Coleman, who is the Assistant Conservation Commissioner. And she says that the application for this project has gone to DEP for review or whatever their process is. She said she's not aware of a previous denial on the site, but she said this is a whole new project. So if Miss Unsworth can kind of let the Conservation Commission know more about that, I think that would be appreciated, because they do need to make a vote on this. But that's all I have on it. But that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank
So
you.
again, I mean, obviously this is totally out of my expertise, but when we pulled up the DAP filings, it said in 2004, it was denied, and I can certainly give you the file number if, you know, maybe like you said, we could do it on a contingent or something. And it was for 3 Redmond Road at the time in 2004.
So 3 Redmond Road is the property next to this property.
Right.
And that was developed back in 2004, 2005. That it wouldn't be within these 2 lots, as they were separate lots at the time.
Right, but it's still that same area. I mean, if they were denying it way back then, why wouldn't it be something that should be reviewed now as well?
That project got built and approved, actually. Number 3 is there now. There's a house there.
Well, again, I mean, I think like you said, maybe mentioning if we could do a contingent on a DEP approval, or, I mean, because we just have so much problems with water as it is, and I just see this is causing us even more problems with water. But
I completely understand the question, and I just want to I guess, stress that DEP and conservation being separate bodies from us, that we can condition to figure out what that is. But if there was the filing in 2004, especially a filing for the project at 3 Redmond, it's not something for which we could condition to find more information. And if it does change information that was presented in this, we could have them come back, but it's not something that we could say there was a file in 2004 that was denied. So therefore it would be any grounds for us to not vote on this project, I guess.
well, I guess the concern was that that particular house is further away from the wetlands. And there was an issue, and these properties are closer to the wetlands.
Right. And I guess I'm saying it's a valid issue, but the valid issue rests with conservation and DEP, not with the jurisdiction under subdivision control of this board. That's all I want to just
Yeah, no, I
point
appreciate
out,
that.
point out here.
Yeah, and I appreciate the people that are trying to protect the town.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would have any questions or comments? If not, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
Thank you.
Chairman
Second.
Rappaport,
Is a second.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba, Member LaRue,
Yes.
Member Impemba?
He can't vote.
Oh, he can't vote. I'm sorry.
It's
I
quite all right.
apologize.
Okay.
Okay.
I make a motion pursuant to section 2.5 of the Planning Board Rules and Regulations governing the subdivision of land, and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81R, the Planning Board hereby considers the following waivers requested by the applicant from the subdivision rules and regulations for the plan entitled Definitive Subdivision, Redmond Road, Burlington, Massachusetts, submitted by Murray Hills LLC on May 19th, 2020, and plan prepared by Commonwealth Engineering, Inc., dated January 24th, 2020, revised to November 22nd, 2021, consisting of 8 sheets. Yep, that's the motion, I guess.
Do we have a second?
This is Bill, I'll second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Abstain.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay, folks.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your patience during this matter. Have a great evening.
Brenda, we need to do the subdivision. We have one more motion.
Yeah,
We have two
kidding.
more motions.
and Liz, can you read after you do the roll call, can you state the vote out loud?
Yes, so we have we have one abstention and 5 yes votes.
Okay, so the waiver passed.
Yes, the waivers have passed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh wait, no,
Okay,
that is
so you-
untrue. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that's correct. 2 abstentions, 5 yes votes.
Okay, the next motion is to approve the definitive subdivision plan entitled 4 and 5 Redmond Street, definitive subdivision submitted by Murray Hills on May 20th, 2020, prepared by Commonwealth Engineering, dated May 14th, 2020, and revised to July 22nd, 2020. Consisting of 9 sheets to be revised as conditioned herein, reflecting the creation of 2 single-family dwelling building lots on Redmond Street, subject to the following terms, revisions, and conditions.
Can I ask, Dave Ramiro, the date of the most recent plan that was just
Yeah,
submitted?
I was just wondering that.
Because that
Yeah,
needs,
I think our latest revision was December 27.
okay, so the
2021.
revision to December 27th plan.
Yeah.
And then from there, I will add prior to prior to the conservation vote, if there's some more information of that previous DEP, and then obviously prior to the issuance of a building permit to just try to get to the bottom of that. So thank you.
That is
Madam
normal.
Chair, I think we missed a motion. I think we're
Oops.
supposed to vote on section 2.4.
Oops. Where are we?
It's right above that motion you just read, Ernie.
Thank you for keeping us on our toes, Dawn.
You're welcome.
Right above that.
Table that motion and go back to the other one.
Okay. What am I looking for now? What page is that on?
Page
That's probably
15.
better. 14?
15?
15?
So in my Word document that I'm looking
It's on 14, Ernie.
Oh, you're
Okay.
Madam
14.
Chair, I'll make the
At the top.
motion.
Go ahead. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion pursuant to section 2.4 of the Planning Board Subdivision Rules and Regulations. The Planning Board hereby finds that the definitive subdivision plan application submitted by Murray Hills for the creation of 2 additional single-family dwelling building lots to be a complete and proper submission.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
So we have 6 yeses and 1 abstention.
This?
Okay. Not
And Pemba.
And so do we need to read the motion again, Kristen, or can we vote on the next motion that was already read into the record?
No, you can say off the table the motion to approve the definitive subdivision read by Member Covino.
I'll second it. I don't think there was a second yet.
Great, thank you. So Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Abstain.
Member Covino,
yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
So we have 2 abstentions and 5 yeses for the final vote of the subdivision.
Okay.
Is that it?
Great. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item F. Item F is a continued public hearing application for approval of a special permit pursuant to section 3.7. Restaurants of the 90 Middlesex Turnpike, PDD 92 Middlesex Turnpike. Strega Burlington LLC is the applicant. Good evening. Who's here representing the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, Attorney Mark Vaughn. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Oh, great. Pleased to be before you and Happy New Year, everyone. I'm here tonight representing Strega in connection with this application for a special permit that's been submitted for the property. With me, a couple of folks, but Oliver Monday, who is CEO with PPX Hospitality Brands, the parent company for Strega, is here as well. But we're pleased to be before you in connection with this property, which I think has been known as the Del Frisco's Grill building at 92 Middlesex Turnpike. If the board recalls, it was approved as a part of the retail plaza at 90-92 Middlesex Turnpike several years ago as part of the PPP. In 2019, Del Frisco's Grill closed its operations at that location as part of closure of, I believe, 2 or 3 locations that they were closing at that time, including the Burlington site. The building has remained vacant since that time, unfortunately, but during the intervening time, I know the property owner has worked trying to find the right restaurant tenant to occupy this space. And I know they're very excited, as is Strega, to be able to move forward at this point. So with locations in Boston and the Seaport and Back Bay, as well as a location in Woburn, Strega is an Italian-themed restaurant, very well-known, well-respected brand in the industry, known for their secret recipe sauces, hand-rolled pastas, fresh seafood, and house-baked desserts. So I know that they'd be a welcome addition to the Burlington restaurant landscape. It's a very straightforward application, Madam Chair and board members, and I'll try to be brief just because I know you have a lot on the agenda, but they're basically taking over the building as is, maintaining the exterior appearance of the building, but for, new signage. They'd be making some limited floor plan modifications as well. This would actually result in a reduction to the overall seat count. Del Frisco's Grill was approved for 315 seats previously, 220 interior seats and 95 patio seats. And the current proposal is a total of 293 seats, 211 interior and 82 in the patio. So it'd be a reduction of 22 seats from what was previously approved. And again, if you're familiar with the building and the operation, it has, a first floor where the main restaurant and the kitchen is, and then there's a second floor component as well, which would be maintained as well as part of this application and the new operator. So no exterior changes to the site layout or parking field or anything of that. So building is obviously, it's a signature location for Burlington, I would say. In many respects, it's a gateway into Burlington. I think for many, it's the first building that a lot of folks see when they come off of the 128 off-ramp. So I think it is very exciting to have a restaurant of the character and quality of Strega occupy this location, just given its prominent spot there. And again, I know they're very excited about becoming part of the Burlington community. So with that, be happy to answer any questions, address any comments if you have questions of me or Oliver or any member of our team. But again, I think it's straightforward in terms of they're looking to take over this location. And maybe a statement of the obvious here, but obviously the special permit that was issued previously for Del Frisco's Grill was specific to them as operator. So, that is the reason why we're here. We're not changing the use. It's still a full service restaurant use from Del Frisco's to what we're doing, but new operator. And obviously, as the board knows, you do require a new special permit. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you to start off. Is this replacing, or is this an additional location in addition to the Woburn location, or will that still stay intact? Just curious.
Yeah, so I'll actually turn it over to Oliver if he.
I'd be happy to answer the question. Yeah, no, Woburn is staying exactly as it is. It's been part of the Strega family for a long time, and it will continue to do so going forward. We have no plans to close that unit.
Okay. So I know that you didn't propose valet service at this time. It was kind of a tricky parking lot, and I was wondering why you weren't proposing valet. I did. I wasn't frequent, but had an opportunity to go to the previous establishment, and do know that parking can be tricky, and those businesses to the left at 90. I think do struggle with some parking at this stage of the game already. If you can look at the drawing, folks who can see at home, in that far right hand parking lot, I actually parked down there at one point in time, and it's kind of dark, and a little concerned about a safety issue over there. I think it might be. I would recommend maybe revisiting valet and utilizing that with valet service, so it wouldn't disrupt your neighbors, and it would be a more safer entry for your guests. That's all I have at this point in time. Vice Chair Gaffney.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. The other thing I was looking at real quick was when this was read, it was a continued public hearing. Have we heard this before, or is this the first time up?
I believe this is the first time up. I believe that was a typo.
This is the first time up. It was cut and paste if that was the case. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Member LaRue. You're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I share our chairperson's concern. When we permitted Del Frisco's, I believe we had a lot of discussion about that kind of remote parking lot and did specify that that's where valet would go if they had valet, that people wouldn't be forced to have valet, but if people wanted to, that's where the valet cars would go. And I would agree with our chair that that should be revisited. I think that people won't feel very comfortable walking that distance in the dark. So I'd like to see you think about that a little bit. And then I just had a quick question. Will all of the outdoor seating be on the second floor where that terrace was, or is some of it going to be on the ground floor?
Going to be on both levels. There's no doubt about that. We have a downstairs patio and an upstairs patio.
Okay.
And to reference the parking, we do share your concerns, and we will definitely look at that. And I think you're probably right. Valet is going to be something that's going to be very important to make it safe for our guests and our employees and other people who are using that center.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. I'm excited that you're coming to town, and I'll look forward to dining there. So that's all.
Too.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the board that has any questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Is there anyone in the public that would like Joe, are you waving your hand? You're on mute if you are. Member Mpemba?
Nope,
Okay,
I'm not raising my, nope, I'm looking forward and excited to see them coming as well.
great. Sorry about that. Is there anyone in the public that has any questions, comments, concerns? Okay, I have a motion, please. We're only on
Make
page
a motion.
28, folks.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
Second,
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Cavino,
yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Mpemba, Member LaRue.
Yes.
I have 7 yes votes. I'm assuming Joe is a yes. I did not hear him, but based on his comments, I'm going to go
Madam
with
Chair, I would further like to make a motion to approve the request of Strega Burlington LLC, the applicant for special permit pursuant to section 3.7 restaurants of the 90 Middlesex Turnpike Plan Development District zoning provisions to permit the reuse of an existing restaurant space with a reduction in total seating to be known as Strega for property located at 90 Middlesex Turnpike Plan Development District and Aquifer districts located at 92 Middlesex Turnpike, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit C attached.
Second.
Staff,
Rappaport.
one thing, staff, can we ensure that they have that, a plan for food delivery included in that approval?
Yeah, so we have a condition, I don't have the special permit pulled up, but we have a condition to ensure that they submit a plan for all the one just food delivery for pickup, but also increasing with DoorDash and all of those other type of companies to make sure that they have a plan and strategy of where they have that 15-minute or pickup or parking to make sure that people aren't just live parking in fire lanes and along the curb line and other things that disrupt circulation. So there is a condition in there that ensures that they come up with a plan and submit that to us. Also, there is kind of a question mark on valet. I agree with you. This site is a tight site. I know there's not specific agreements between different tenants for different areas of parking, but parking management is critical in areas that are multi-tenant tight sites. There's a lot of parking in that back row, and there has been concerns about walkability, how well lit it is for the safety of people walking up and back to that back parking. So that is actually, this board doesn't usually necessarily promote the use of valet parking, but any way that we can ensure that that parking is safely utilized and people can access that parking safely without issue. And, if it's through valet is actually a better option, we want to be considering that with the applicant. And that'll also be in the decision to reflect this conversation, as well as, if they need improved lighting and walkways to ensure that there isn't pedestrian vehicular conflict. And certainly employee parking is already in there.
Great. Thank you, staff. So yes, they have my vote.
So we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
Chairman Rappaport is a yes. So
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino, Member Espejo,
Yes.
Sorry, that was a yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0-0.
Great. Welcome to Burlington.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good evening. We are moving on. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to take item 7G and 7H together for discussion purposes.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
7-0.
Great. Item G is a public hearing, application for approval of an amendment to a special permit pursuant to section 4.2.6.10, restaurants of the zoning bylaws 75 Middlesex Turnpike or the Burlington Mall, LSF Burlington LLC is the applicant. Item H is a public hearing, application for approval of a site plan 75 Middlesex Turnpike, Burlington Mall, LSF Burlington LLC is the applicant. Good evening, folks. Who is here on behalf of the applicant?
Good evening again, Madam Chair. For the record, Mark Vaughn here representing Legal Seafoods in connection with this, and have a few different folks here should there be a question, including our architect, Dennis Greenwood, and Marie Escobar, who is with Legal Seafood, and we have our consulting team as well that's here should there be any questions. But again, pleased to be before you in connection with what I know is a restaurant that the town is very familiar with. It's funny, when I was chatting with Legal Seafood about this location at the Burlington Mall, and by the way, they're staying exactly where they have been. They have been operating a restaurant here since 1985, actually. So for 37 years, they've been a mainstay of the Burlington restaurant community. And I'm not much of a historian, but I would venture to say that that's up there with maybe the Escadrille. I'm not sure how many other full-service restaurants have been around for that, extended period of time. But I know that they're very excited and looking forward to hopefully stay for another 37 years. But they are, I don't think they need a lot of introduction. Full-service, seafood-oriented restaurant. They have were recently acquired by another parent company who share the same philosophies that have been driving Legals through the years in terms of quality food and service. They are looking to engage in full renovations of this restaurant. The interior design would be refreshed, and we have our architect here if you have any specific questions on the improvements that are envisioned. But the interior design would be refreshed. I think it was last done in 2004. As the board may recall, there were some changes to the floor plan made at that time. We're also proposing a slight increase to the footprint of the building in that if the board recalls a few years ago, there was a patio that was approved in concept that would be in front of where Legal Seafood is, as well as where Rosa Mexicano and Friendly Toast, there were kind of placeholders there for future patio areas. What Legals is looking to do is provide a flexible kind of year-round dining location there where it would be open air dining, it would be roofed, but it would have the ability to have all those glass windows open during the nicer times of year in order to allow people to be able to have that open air dining experience. There'd be a modest increase in seating. I think the seating goes up 39 seats in total, but I think that's pretty consistent, to be honest with you, with what was originally envisioned when it was just the patio concept there. So not really looking to increase the seating beyond what I think people were kind of aware of before that could be happening there with the outdoor patio. But the still would be significant area for the outdoor sidewalk, enough area between the addition and where the end of the curb is for safe pedestrian access and things of that nature. So I know you've got some renderings up there. I can certainly have Dennis speak to this. Dennis, maybe you can chime in, but I think this is a good rendering of basically what the exterior would look like. So the footprint of that kind of glassed in area, again, that matches up to what was before. So Dennis, are you there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so you did a good summary there. I think overall the proposed addition is 980 square feet. Again, it's really proposed to enclose what was previously thought of as a patio space and really make it a full occupiable space all year long. We're looking at bifold windows on the exterior, as well as there's a row of operable windows in line with where the current exterior is. So we have that really as a full flex space where we can kind of use it for climate control, really open it up and still maintain clear light and visibility into our space while still having that feeling of kind of an indoor-outdoor dining experience. There's a 7'6" sidewalk in front of the space now. We're not going to be reducing that at all. As Mark mentioned, it's already, the enclosure is fully on the footprint of what was designed to be the exterior patio. So there'll be no encroachments on the existing sidewalk. The operable windows will fold in when open, so those will not extend over the sidewalk. So again, no impediment on the sidewalk at all. And really, I can speak to materiality or any kind of design features that you'd like, but I know we're trying to keep it brief. So I guess if you have any specific questions, I can speak more to any point you'd like.
Thank you. Does anyone on the board have any questions or comments?
I do. Just a couple of quick questions. Will we be losing any parking as a result of this, or is the parking staying the same?
Yeah, if I could, Madam Chair, through
Please do.
To Member LaRue, yeah, there would be no reduction in parking. Everything that's happening here is within the kind of the sidewalk curb line in, if you would.
Okay.
So
Okay, thank you. And I was just out of curiosity, I was wondering if you're going to keep inside the mall, you had a walk-up takeout area previously. Is that going to stay, or will that no longer be continued?
Yes, the plan is to maintain that current
Okay.
takeout window into the main concourse. And really, you know, the idea is that we have this whole mall renovation, and we're really just trying to make this enclosure align with the vision of the mall itself. And we're going to do a refresh on the interior as well, that kind of redo that whole storefront that faces that interior corridor of the mall.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious, when do you intend to reopen?
I think so. We are looking to file for permit shortly after hopefully we get approval on this item. I think next month, and I think we have a whole schedule worked out, but kind of depends on when, how long the plan review process is.
Okay, thank you. I have missed Legal Seafoods, so I'm looking forward to you reopening.
They are very eager to get open as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good, folks, anyone else from the board? Vice Chair Gaffney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there an opportunity to put some trees out in front there?
As designed, oh, so, sorry, I can probably speak to this more. So as designed right now, there will not be an opportunity for trees directly in front of the patio enclosure.
Okay, can we modify the design to put some trees out in front?
So I can speak to that. This is Sarah Eba from VHB, the site civil designer. I'm curious if we could pull up this site plan just briefly. So the intent of the site plan was to maintain that 7.5-foot sidewalk that was approved as part of the entry one improvements over at this area of the mall. So, yes, perfect, thank you. So you can see, again, as Dennis noted, the enclosure is within that patio that was approved by the entry one project. And then overall, we're not impacting any of the design of the remaining sidewalk to keep pedestrian access open.
In the front, you have some bushes, some small low bushes there.
To the plan west of this, yes, there's a landscape island that's remaining.
Right, so is there an opportunity to put some trees in where those small low bushes are? Maybe through a tree well or something. Right there, yeah.
I don't think those bushes are actually, Dennis, can you speak to that? I think.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So we had updated the renderings, but I don't think got distributed to the board. So that little planter strip isn't actually there, because the sidewalk, again, we're maintaining that 7'6". There is, however, trees obviously right across the way, which is just beyond the rendering to the left, where you see kind of the curve there. There's existing, over there, and then to the right now where you have the cursor, over where it kind of says landlord comment. There's an area for plantings over there as well, but not directly in front of the enclosure.
So Bill, if I could, through the chair to Member Gaffney, I believe that when the improvements to that mall entry for the, the food court entry and the patios and all that were approved, along with the parking spaces, the drive modifications and all that. I believe that there was a landscape plan that was, built in as part of that. Is that correct, Sarah? That is.
The bollards or something where we had planters and plants coming out of that.
So there was some landscape incorporated, as you can see here, the landscape islands sort of by the main entrance. Besides that, it was sort of maintaining the existing landscape islands that are there today. I also do want to note that this patio where the enclosure is happening was permeable pavers that have been installed. Because of that, we are proposing that dry well to sort of mitigate the slight increase.
So let me ask you, I'm going to get a little technical. How wide do you need to put a tree in? What kind of space? And even consider a tree well.
I believe those are typically at least 5 feet wide. So for the sidewalk, that wouldn't be feasible in front of that area just to maintain the pathway.
Okay. So how big is the full size porch area that you're proposing? What's the depth of that?
Just over 12 feet.
Okay. Because I guess my concern as a planning board member is you're putting this up in the rendering is not accurate because you have plantings there, which is nice to buffer it, but it's low plantings, which we have been pursuing, more trees around there if there's a way possible to do that. So if I'm looking at 15 feet, I see 12.2, and then you've got 3 feet, something else there. I'm trying to see what you got there.
Is it possible for me to share my screen briefly?
You may share your screen.
Yeah, I may be challenging you here to put landscape again if I'm the only planning board member that is looking at that instead of having that non-landscape, then I'll stop my questioning. You don't need to share.
Sure. No, well, I was just gonna pull, it actually may be in that previous package as well. Actually, if you can pull up that package again, I was gonna show the existing photos where there's, you can actually see the gray pavers that are there now. So I guess to Sarah's point, the previous approved proposal didn't have any green space there now, and I understand you're looking to kind of add that buffer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But really, we were just essentially there's green space across from that. There's some proposed green space next to it.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is
But
buffer.
we were not reducing it by any
Yeah, we're
means.
trying to buffer the buildings and actually have higher growth trees in front of that to make that more pleasing and softer to the building in general with all of our applications. But if I'm alone on that, then I'll stop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I,
Not
I,
alone, Bill.
thank you.
I agree
Vice
with you. It would
Chair.
be nice to have some landscaping there.
I don't, yeah, I don't think you're alone. I think it's a little deceiving the fact that even the low plants were there. If there was something, if the low plants were there, I'd say, okay, Vice Chair Gaffney, I think maybe there's some type of middle ground here because there's something there. But now that you're telling us there's nothing there, then I think we need to revisit this altogether.
Yeah, usually when we have the applications, at least my experience on the board for a number of years, is when those little plants come in, they're the shortest little plants you can ever get. So if you travel around to different places and from a best in class standpoint, people do actually put in real trees and try to make it softer and make it more comfortable for people that are there, particularly when you go open window type stuff. If you ever gone to California and you go into those places, it's like you're going into a garden, and those the storefronts, and they do try to make it more landscaping versus less, and in this case none. So to my point, if you have a 15-foot addition you're looking to build out, and to add 38 more seats or something like that, but maybe in addition to what you're looking for is, and to make it more landscape, is there a way to shorten that up and modify your design just a little bit? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I think it's important, really. I don't think we look at landscaping enough, and adding more trees around. I know Joe, member of Pembroke, does all the time, and we do challenge our applicants to do that.
So, I think the difficulty is that, again, I think they want to, I don't think it's possible to put in trees and maintain the sidewalk width. And then I think reducing the depth of that area is problematic as well. And I guess the only thing I would, remind the board is that this is very much consistent with what had been submitted before, in terms of we're not adding any additional paved surface from what was out there before. It's all within the confines of that sidewalk and the curbed area. Certainly if there's an opportunity for us to talk to Simon about, other areas where, potential landscaping could be added, I'm just not sure that area there makes the most sense, or we've got the ability to do it.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
Yep.
I'm just trying to pull up an exterior picture of what
That's
Legal
okay.
Seafoods looks like right now.
I agree with Bill. I just think it just adds so much to the atmosphere, and when you pick when we get these site plans and these projects one at a time, if you can just add a little bit of tree to them, then over time it makes a big difference in the whole appearance of the town. And I think it would be a big difference down there in the in the mall area if you're able to somehow incorporate some trees into that. I think I would love to see it. And that's I'm psyched to have them back. We frequent Legal Seafoods, and we continue to intend on frequenting, but if possible, I would love to see some trees out there as well. I just add to the whole atmosphere down there.
Sarah, can you, is there not a green area to the right of where Legals is as well that, do you have the plan there that you can?
I do, yes. So this is a plan showing the entire mall back for the entry one improvements.
So I just posted, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I just posted a picture in the chat. If you could take a look at that, do you feel like that's an accurate depiction of what it looks like right now? Because it looks like there is some ability to put something green in the space where it's, staff, can you click on that picture that I
See it?
it's in the chat?
I believe that was the older, that was before the site plan renovations, I believe, correct, Sarah?
It's the older curb line. The curb line's been moved out.
Okay,
It was.
To
Let me
add
pull up
additional
a-
sidewalk.
Yep, I can pull up a recent picture.
that'd be great, thank you.
There is an option. I mean, I think that between the mall renovations and Legal Seafood and what's happening in and around, whether it's planter boxes or some other types of vegetation, there are some requirements of really how wide the sidewalk needs to be for different reasons. But if it's something that the board wants to consider, along with the chairman, we can look with Legal Seafood as well as Simon to develop additional landscaping around this edge for chairman review, if that is an option that you'd like to explore.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I
So
would be okay
this
with
plan,
that.
I just wanted to reiterate that with the entry one improvements, these two planter islands at the front entry, as well as this around the corner here next to the loading area, were new green space areas that were created with entry one.
Maybe you could
In
just.
regard.
Yeah, so I think that was not shown in that visual there, that to the right, that's off to the right side of that, that landscaping that's being provided or has been provided. Is that correct?
Correct.
In addition to the landscaping that's been provided at the entry to the mall to the left of Legal. So there's vegetation that kind of bookends on each side that has been provided.
Correct.
So the renderings that we have are just, they're all not what is actually going to be there, I guess is what we're saying.
What it sounds like, yep.
Okay. It's getting late in the night, guys. I'm losing my imagination here. So,
Sorry, I have updated ones. I just can't seem to share without getting booted off the thing here.
I think if, I'd like to
Mark,
hear
maybe
from
you can pull them up.
if you can pull them up, I would appreciate that. I'd like to hear from my fellow board members. Are we okay with moving forward with this with contingency that that they would be coming back and working on some type of additional vegetation around the entryway and exterior of the building?
With chairman approval.
Of course.
I'm comfortable with that, Madam
I'd
Chair.
just like to make the suggestion that, the vegetation, as Bill was saying, be in the form of trees instead of plants. The trees are really what over time, when they mature, it just adds a whole another dimension to, to the aesthetics and the feel of it all. So I would be okay with that as long as that additional vegetation was in the form of trees.
Madam Chair, may I share my screen? I have it for you, Dennis.
There you go.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one there.
But I can stop sharing. I just wanted to show a view of the landscape area. Dennis, that's the view you were looking for, is that
Correct.
correct?
My apologies. My firewall wasn't letting me share with this. But.
So there's trees to the left.
And the intent of the design was to, yes, there are the trees to the left here. There's another tree planting area that Sarah was pointing out over here. And then there's the planting area in the parking over here. And if I could speak, the intent of the design was to maintain that patio area that was already designed, to maintain the curb and the travel lane, as well as the parking, to not change any of that, so that we didn't lose any parking spots, we didn't lose the sidewalk width, and then traffic could still maintain the flow that was already approved.
Yeah, so this is Bill, yeah. So I understand that. So that's what was approved before. Now we're coming for us again for something new. And you've got exactly what you've got there is something with no landscaping in front of it at all. Again, if we're going to go forward with that with no vegetation, because I don't know where you can put it here now. So if you're saying if the decision is you're going to put it on the sides, I wouldn't be in favor of going forward with that at this current time, unless you want to come back with the landscaping plan to show the entire board. Because what we look with the applicants is to get that front face softened up with trees. So I'm not sure you get what I'm saying here.
Madam Chairperson, could I speak for a moment? My name's Anne Marie. I'm the president of Legal Seafood, brand president. I just like the board to know that we are really committed to this space, and if trees is what's going to make the difference, I commit to you that we'll come back to you with a design that includes trees that you'll be, I'm sure, pleased with. I guess I would just ask you consider to allow us to at least go forward tonight, knowing that we'd come back to you with for chairperson approval. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Paul Raymond.
Go ahead, Clerk Raymond.
Hello.
Go ahead. Yes.
I want to know, they say they're going to come back. I want a date certain, please, because I'm a tree person also. And anything that we could do, you know, to add to the aesthetics of that mall certainly would be helpful. So if they're committing to, you know, come in with a tree plan, I would like to see a plan for the whole mall, including what they're going to be specifically committed to as part of this permitting process, that we're going to know what the trees are going and where they are and how large they are, rather than, because we hear that so often, is trust us, we'll be back sometime. So sorry for my voice, but thank you. I just wanted to express my feelings about that.
Thank you. Member Spaho.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Briefly, I would be not opposed to voting and with the contingency of chairperson approval on the trees, and I'd maybe even expand it to chairperson and vice chairperson approval, because Member Gaffney was the one who first brought this up. So
Be happy with that.
we could do that, maybe a compromise, but I'm fine either way. Just wanted to add that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Spaho. Vice Chair Gaffney, is that agreeable to you?
Sure.
Okay. Is there anyone that's opposed on the board to proceed in that fashion? Seeing no one. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that has any questions, comments, concerns that they'd like to add to this matter?
Just one thing that I'd like to add in the process of this,
Sure.
on the legal seafood behalf. What we're asking right now is to look into outside the lease lines of what we're proposing to do. So we're trying to hold Simon and the landlord accountable to increase trees and holding up this process to expand an indoor-outdoor space for the tenant.
That's correct. And also, if you would kindly just state your name for the record.
It's Matt Giroux.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone else have any questions, comments, concerns?
So just so I understand, so the concept would be that you would approve it with an understanding that we would, you know, try to come back with some additional landscaping, whether it's a strategic placement of a tree, you know, planter boxes that might help dress up the front or something along those lines. Just given the limits that we have out there in terms of, you know, needing to honor ADA requirements and whatever else there might be. So
Yeah.
is that the concept?
So Mark, use your best foot forward on that. I was going to say, if you come up with a strategically placed tree, that is not something that I'd be inclined to approve. If you're thinking of putting a planter box somewhere, that's not, you've been here around long enough to know what the board expects on that. So, you know, again, everybody use your imagination and overthink it, overplant it. That's what I'd say. Surprise us.
Understood.
Great.
I like that, Bill. Overplant.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to close public hearing on this matter.
Second,
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue,
Yes.
7-0.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request of LSF Burlington LLC, the applicant for a special permit pursuant to section 4.2.6.10 restaurants of Article 4 of the Town of Burlington zoning bylaws to permit the operation of an existing full-service restaurant with an increase in seating due to the construction of an enclosed three-season dining space to be known as Legal Seafoods for the property located in the General Business PG and Aquifer A districts at 75 Middlesex Turnpike premises, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit D as amended, I guess, right? To include the landscaping that we were talking
Second by Paul Raymond, and welcome back to legal.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
about. Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
The vote is 7-0.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for approval of the site plan application of LSF Burlington LLC for property located at 75 Middlesex Turnpike, Burlington Mall, for the construction of an enclosed patio area, relocated access/egress doors, building facade enhancements, and an upgraded 6,000 square foot gallon grease trap as reflected on the site plan entitled Legal Seafoods Burlington Mall, 1100 Burlington Mall Road, Burlington, Mass, prepared by Vanessa Hagen and Bruslin Inc., dated November 19th, 2021, consisting of one sheet and project floor plans and renderings entitled Legal Seafoods Burlington Mall, 75 Middlesex Turnpike, Burlington, Mass. 01803, dated November 16th, 2021, prepared by Souza Design Architects, consisting of 11 sheets reflecting the existing 9,516 plus or minus square feet interior tenant space and the enlarged 900 plus or minus square feet enclosed patio space with 307 interior and 48 enclosed patio dining seats, subject to the following terms, revision terms and conditions as amended.
Second, Paul Raymond.
Thank you, Paul Raymond.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
7-0 is the vote.
Welcome back.
And you guys did that as amended with that condition, right?
That's correct.
Certainly did.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We look forward to working with you on some additional greenery, and thank you for coming. Have a good evening.
Right, thanks. You too.
Welcome back.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take items 7K, 7L, and 7M together for discussion purposes.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impema,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
7-0 is the vote.
Okay, it looks like my agenda's a little bit messed up, so it looks like we're moving for 25 Network Drive, is that correct?
10 Corporate Center, I think.
Okay. So it looks like for me, it's item I and item J. Item I is a continued public hearing application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 1.5.1 light manufacturing of the Burlington Corporate Center Plan Development District Bylaws, 10 Corporate Drive. The Gutierrez Company is the applicant. Item J is a continued public hearing application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 1.5.2A laboratories engaged in research, development, experimental, and testing activities in such fields as biology, chemistry, and medicine of the Burlington Corporate Center Plan Development District Bylaws, 10 Corporate Drive. The Gutierrez Company is the applicant.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Robert Buckley, Raymond Bronstein. I have with me this evening Scott Weiss from the Gutierrez Company. This is a continuation of our prior meeting about a month ago. And just to refresh the board and those watching, this is for special permits for uses to be conducted inside an existing building. We're not proposing any external modification or modifications or expansion of the building. I would characterize this as a culmination of some of the efforts that the town has engaged in over the last 5 years to reposition the town's commercial sector to take advantage and to welcome the life science industry. What you're probably all well aware of reading the media is that there's been a dramatic shift in some of the underlying commercial industry, particularly office space. And unfortunately, a lot of the buildings in Burlington are not capable of being retrofitted to take advantage of life science. This is an exception. This is one of those buildings that is, and that one of the benefits of retrofitting this building to take advantage of life science is it permits those buildings that are not responsive to potentially be filled by those who will be servicing some professionals that will be servicing those industries that will hopefully occupy buildings of this character. And I'd also like to remind the board and the audience that this is one of the most highly regulated industries, both from federal, state, and local. And the Board of Health in Burlington has been at the forefront of adopting regulations to monitor and supervise these types of activities, to the extent that if you do this in other communities, which I have done, Burlington is actually referred to as one of the more, I want to say stringent, but one of the more comprehensive in terms of regulations for this type of activity. And I think that they've worked very hard. And I will tell you that over the last couple of months, we've had numerous discussions with the Board of Health and their staff on this project and other projects. And on this project, at least, they've made recommendations to the planning board with the appropriate conditions. One of the questions that came up at the last hearing, it's important to remember that this is done under a zoning template that was put in place in 1986. So the definitions that you have embodied in your existing underlying zoning are not the same that were in place in 1986. In order to go to the market, you have to get the permit to entice a user to come here. And there was a question as to the ability to comment on the user. Heretofore, and in many instances, the Board of Health has the primary responsibility for maintaining the operational integrity and supervision of the operations and between their specific permits and their oversight. So we have proposed a condition to address that issue, that on a going forward basis, when a user is identified, we would bring that user to the planning board at a public meeting where comments, questions, input from the public could be obtained, and those comments, et cetera, could be transmitted to the Board of Health for consideration in connection with their permitting process. I think that's a very effective way of closing the loop and ensuring what the board was concerned about. And finally, we've had some questions from some citizens, and we've done our best to respond to those through email. So I think we've addressed those, but we'll leave it to the board to make that determination. I don't know, Scott, if you want to add anything.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. No, I think as you all know, we're excited. We're excited about the opportunity to continue the life science growth in the town and to help bring the value, the tax value, the revenue, but also the employees back, because that's going to help support some of those restaurants that you were talking about earlier and get people open, because as we all know, the life science workers, a good portion of them need to be in their space to do their work, and that's a good thing for all the businesses in town, large and small, that feed off of that activity.
So, Madam Chair, would welcome any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. I will start with Vice Chair Gaffney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I guess what concerned me on just that latest presentation there was that there was emails back and forth between the applicant and the residents.
No, we received.
Usually that should be in the public, and I don't know if that's something that would be shared here today, so everyone knows what that those conversations are about. And I'll go through the chair with that. Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just to reply to that, we did receive a few questions from President Mr. McNiff, who made comments before, and we did reply to his comments and copied the planning board. So that is public record, Mr. Gaffney.
Okay. Is that going to be read out here, Madam Chair?
Staff, if you have it available.
I'm just trying to figure from a transparency standpoint.
I understand. Thank you.
They don't have to be if they're somewhere that people can get to them.
We had staff and the resident, Mr. McNiff, had some back and forth, and we certainly responded as we've sent to you. And we can pull those up in just a minute. And then we were copied on a response from the Gutierrez Company to Mr. McNiff, and I will also pull that up. So
thank you.
Just give us a minute. You can proceed. We'll let you know when we have it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Does anyone else have any questions, comments that they would like to address to the group? Seeing no one, I will open this up to the public while we're reading for that correspondence. Is there anyone in the audience that has anything that they would like to share? Okay, let's just sit tight for staff to bring up that communication.
Madam Chair, if I may, I do see Mr. McNiff on, and Mr. McNiff, if you could unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Madam Chairman. I have a few questions and a few comments. And I broke it down by the areas that I wanted to ask those questions to. First would be the planning board. I think I again sent out something today, but again, I'll take a step back. I've heard the PDD 1986 multiple times that it's outdated and that it isn't flexible enough. And what I would say is bring up what you brought up earlier. The chair, one of the members, Ms. LaRue, said the goal is to protect our residents. And before we go down a dangerous path, I guess you could use that saying for what I believe this project could lead to. The 1986 rules were because we were residents here, we were abutters, and therefore it was in an attempt to protect the safety of those who live in this area. Also, I guess another nomenclature I've been using is there's a tendency to say residents, and it includes both the abutters and residents, meaning people living in the apartment house. So I guess one of my first questions I had for the planning board or manager is, for the people at the reserve, which is 20 Corporate Drive that have 271 apartments, were they notified about the meetings?
Staff, can you speak to that?
The ownership entity of the apartments were notified.
All right, so it was Equity residents who was notified about the meeting. Have they corresponded or contacted anybody about what is being built or proposed to be built there?
We have not had any correspondence from them.
All right. On the, I get another question for the planning board, again, going back to a PDD. From my reading multiple times of the PDD, and I have the section 12.2.2 in the PDD, it says, application for a special permit for particular use within a PD shall be made concurrent with the PDD special permit or any time following approval of a PDD special permit. I have not heard, I guess maybe I'm missing it or it's the way semantics, but isn't a PDD from the document I've read goes through a different process than a special permit? It will move to the regular special permit bylaws when it needs to, but the PDD, there is written particular steps that are made in a PDD for a special permit. So I was surprised. Maybe you can explain to me why there isn't a PDD permit.
As much as I'd love to simplify the PD special permit process, so Madam Chair, if I may. So the plan development districts are their own zoning districts. They are approved by town meeting. They have their own zoning criteria. When you go to create the initial site plan for a development within a PD, if that site plan itself is a 12, it used to be 12. I think it's still 12.15. Might be 12.21. But anyway, that permit is the permit for the site development and use plan. So therefore, back in 2010 or 2008, when we first approved the site development and use plan for that initial project, you would trigger that and I think it's 12.2. I think it's 12.21, but I might be misquoting. Permit. However, when you're looking at the uses within these sites, you've already developed that site development use plan, which is in front of us as approved and endorsed by the planning board. then the uses within that PD are governed by the PD uses itself, which are their own zoning district and outside of the zoning bylaw. So there's strings that go back and forth, and I wish I could say it was not complicated. This was the very first plan development district in Burlington, and as I've said before, there's been lessons learned since. But in this particular, the governing mechanism for this approval is through the Corporate Drive Plan Development District. What has been submitted has been, everything that's needed to be submitted has been submitted in the way that it's laid out within the regulations.
So you're saying that, or I guess effectively you're saying you can approve this request, which I know was brought up last time, to me would be changing from a, let's say, to a by right, meaning that they could build whatever they wanted to build once you approve this permit and a special permit. Because within the PDD detail, if you go to the reg, it says under 12.1.4.5, which is a detail item under the PDD permit, it says there's an environmental impact report. Describe how the proposed development fits in the neighborhood, surrounding properties and land use. So effectively, you've thrown out what was written for the PDD because of that reason, because we have residents here. There is a neighborhood here, and that's why it was written that way. So I really find it difficult to understand the explanation of why a PDD special permit wasn't granted. So I guess I can move on a little bit from there. I do have a problem with it. Also, I guess this would be more for the planning board. It's my understanding that this is under the planning board's jurisdiction to make the approval. Even when the Board of Health said they approved, they were effectively saying they recommended, but the word's been used many times that they approved. They don't have the jurisdiction to approve it. They can recommend and give you conditions. So I believe under the PDD rules, the planning board has the approval. Sure, they can decide if it's if it's going to hurt the community to back off, but under that process, I believe that the planning board is to get reports, recommendations from all the different departments, town engineer, conservation committee, board of selectmen, inspector of buildings are supposed to be obtained or at least requested. And maybe I've missed it, but do I have this right? And has the planning board requested these reports, or they see it's out of the scope of the PDD?
It's my understanding, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, all necessary boards have been consulted as they are in all applicant processes.
That's correct. All applications go through the department review process, which is the process that allows for 35 days or longer if asked to review, to go to economic development, conservation, board of health, building, engineering, fire, police. I don't know if I'm missing any, that send reports back to us.
Has anybody reported back to you yet, other than the Board of Health?
Yes, we've received many reports back.
All right. And those are made public, the reports from the Conservation Committee, from...
They are available on our online permitting portal. They are public record, and the public does have access to
So
them.
I can request all their reports through public, freedom of information.
You can go on
yourself and get them yourself. You don't even have to request. It's all available to you as anybody in the town. It is. Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And all the reports we've received so far have been favorable, with comments and conditions, such as the Board of Health.
Okay. To go back to one of the points that was brought up at the last meeting, I guess it's part of the site plan, and it was answered back again by the planning team, who had said that the site plan, and as Mr. Buckley has mentioned quite often, it's only for use. Now, from my reading of how labs are converted, and I've read many articles about how office buildings are being converted, they are requiring to have HVAC large elements put on the roof of their buildings because there has to be 100% pure air going in, and there's emissions coming out. And therefore, they would be altering the exterior, which I heard they wouldn't be altering the exterior, but they would be altering the exterior in order to support a lab. So I'm not clear as to why that you can make the statement that it will not be altered, or it's not requested to be altered, because we know that this is all looking to be a lab. So I explain that to me. I don't get that one.
Madam Chair, may I respond to some comments just for clarification? If comments are being attributed to me, I'd like to be able to respond.
Yes, sir, please do.
Yeah. What we're saying is the application before the board presently is not entailing any, does not entail any exterior modifications. To the extent we make modifications to the building, we will go through the procedures of the town, which includes the planning board review. So at this point, all we're asking for is the use.
So
that's not to say in the future, there is a regulatory process in place. Okay. And we will be, if we make modifications to the building, the town has policies and procedures and applications that will be filed that will detail any changes that have to be made.
Well, I guess for edification, if maybe the staff is not aware regarding what I brought up about the HVAC, how important that is in building a lab, I just wanted to read one comment that's in the local newspaper. It's in the Boston Business Journal of December 16, 2021. And it says, in 2020, Boston labs produced nearly triple the emissions per square foot that offices did, according to a Business Journal analysis of data from the city's Building Energy Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance. Not one lab responded to the writers of the article to get their opinion on it. And because it's a known issue. So my point being that my concern, which again is for the residents, is that if we have admissions going up to the extent that they stay here, and these are labs in Boston, these are ones that are top-notch labs that are polluting the air, and in our environment, our neighborhood, we're at the back of 128. It's right off. I can hear 128 all night long if I left my window open. So we're getting that. Now that was my choice. I moved there, but that is a factor for pollution. Now you're putting in there a lab that has even more pollution and requires very considerable resources from the town, both water and utilities, in order to run that lab. So I think it needs to be accounted more as to what the impact is that has on the neighborhood and on the residents. And again, I must say to you that to discount the renters, the 270 people that are living in that apartment because you didn't notify them because they are not in the butter, and treat them as if their health is not at matter, I think is inconsiderate. I don't believe, from the little bit I know of Equity Residential, that they informed anybody in that building that lives there, because I live right near it, and I went and talked to a manager that worked for Equity Residential, and I spoke to people who live there, and they didn't know what I was talking about. I said, do you know there's going to be a lab 100 yards from where you live? And they had no idea. So I find that level of caring about our residents kind of, let's say, not as forceful as I thought it should be for our residents. So that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't continue to go with this. Now, I want to make one other, I guess it could be a few more, but one more point that I think is critical is that I reviewed the draft of the comprehensive master plan. for 2018. I know, I think it's still considered in draft. I'm not sure, but it has.
Mr. McNiff, I think we should tighten this up. If this master plan doesn't if talking about the master plan has nothing to do with this application, I would strongly suggest.
Madam Chairman, I disagree if you allow me to speak 1 or 2 points of what's in that master plan.
The master plan is still a draft. It's not a finalized plan. So let's move on to your next point, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
You know, I did email, and you know, I appreciate the fact that you did reach out to us this afternoon. You know, I've advised staff on more than one occasion. Our staff is very busy, and to submit something within 8 hours of our next meeting, I wouldn't expect a timely response in that way.
I didn't expect a timely response. I was figuring I'd be asking the question. I appreciated that they responded to me for the last week or two. Amy Warfield she gets my request, and I know it takes a few days, what it takes to do and how busy we all are. You know, I held a very accountable position for a long period of time, and I know what it takes for a team to stay on top of things. So I understand that, but I'm here because I am a resident, I am an abutter, I am in an area that it was not and should not be a lab, and I'll do what I think, looking at the regs and asking questions, which I think was brought up the last meeting, that was a consideration why maybe it wasn't approved, because we didn't get a chance not to wait till we got the tenant here, because that's like the barn's already been built, and now I'm gonna, you know, figure out how to deal with the horse. But I would like to have and explore the regulations under PDD. Now, it may require that I do a little more depth and write it in a legal fashion, so I can deal with the confusion that I just, you know, I heard about whether it's a PDD and goes through special permit or not. But I'll do whatever it takes for what I believe is the health and safety of the people that are living in this neighborhood. That's my response.
Thank you, Mr. McNabb. Mr. Buckley, or excuse me, Attorney Buckley, do you have any knowledge of what he's referring to, or I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just, you know,
Madam Chair,
trying to come to a resolve.
knowledge on what aspect of what it was referred to?
He's saying that one application has to be filed concurrently with another.
No. The PDD special permit under the PDD bylaw, it's a site development and use plan. When building 10 or the building was developed, that was filed. The uses that are conducted in that building are in accordance with the use table that is part of the PDD. So as your planning director indicated, the permits that have been applied for are what is required under the PDD use table. When you build out the building or you execute the project on all of the buildings, the planning board had to make a determination that what is being proposed is consistent with what was approved originally by town meeting, which was building 10 and the other buildings out back. So the permits have been applied for, and I would like the record to be clear. I don't think I ever said that the PDD is outdated and needs flexibility. I just indicated it was in 1986. You've subsequently changed some of the definitions, and we're trying to take the changes that technically aren't applicable here and satisfy what you're trying to do by the application in this, by agreeing that there'll be a discussion of uses going forward. So we were trying to accommodate your changes in our presentation.
Understood. Thank you. Does anyone else from the board have any questions or comments that they would like to add to this matter?
If you'd like me to answer the question about just the questions that were asked between Mr. McNiff and between the Gutierrez company, just to summarize really quickly.
Sure, if that would be great. Thank you.
I just don't want to leave it hanging.
Sure.
So the questions that were asked were about assuming your company becomes the owner of 10 corporate, will the lease terms of a tenant allow subleasing? The second question was, assuming you own the building, will you reduce emissions to support the state's latest standards? And the third, is it possible that a tenant can prevent the owner of a building from taking the space if the purpose of taking was for the safety of all the building? So this is very much, tenant owner kind of agreement discussion. And then the last, this is what I would think the town needs as far as for a lab. First, are you familiar with the ongoing water issues in Burlington, from no water to contaminants in our water that require compromise people to boil their water? I'd like to see a lab dedicated to the safety of tap water, source water, and groundwater to the highest possible quality, meeting or exceeding all federal and state standards. Massachusetts makes a clean water state revolving fund program. And going kind of suggestions on that. The lab itself could have contacts with other towns to test quality. Let's do something positive. And then the response from Gutierrez. Thanks you for reaching out with your questions. Please see responses below. Number one, subleasing. Although there are no new leases yet written, in some cases, according to specific terms of a lease, a tenant may be able to sublease. Of course, a subtenant, if allowed, still has to adhere to all lease and permit requirements, as well as comply with all other board, town, state, and federal rules, laws, and regulations, for which I would concur. Emissions, any exhaust ventilation added to the building for HVAC or lab venting must meet all of the latest state emissions requirements as required by code. And three, the eviction question, a tenant could be in default of their lease, including possible forfeiture of the use of their lease space if they remain out of compliance with applicable laws and regulations, including applicable safety requirements. And then just concurrence with the understanding of Burlington's water quality issues, and a statement about the town's efforts to connect to the MWRA water supply. That's kind of in summary what that correspondence was about, as requested by Member Gaffney.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard quite a bit about this matter. Unless any of my fellow board members have anything that they would like to add, may I have a motion, please?
Ernie, you're muted.
I was, okay, sure. Glad to, Madam Chair, make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue,
Yes.
700.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request of the Gutierrez Company for special permit pursuant to section 1.5.1, light manufacturing assemblies, servicing or processing, and 1.5.2A, laboratories engaged in research, development, experimental, and testing activities in such fields as biology, chemistry, and medicine of the Corporate Drive Plan Development District zoning provisions to reposition the property to allow for life science uses within the existing 107,000 square foot plus or minus square feet building located in the Corporate Drive Plan Development District at 10 Corporate Place, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit A attached.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
No.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
I have 6 yeses and 1 no, so 610.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, folks. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Good night.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take items 7K, 7L, and 7M together for discussion purposes.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino, Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue. I'm assuming Member Covino is a yes, so that's 700.
Great. We're getting close, folks. We're at page 35. We're
Go fast.
We're getting there. All right, so item K is a public hearing application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 1.5.1 light manufacturing or processing plans of the Northwest Park PDD bylaw provisions, 25 Network Drive. Verisil Corporation is the applicant. Item L is a public hearing application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 1.5.4 hazardous and toxic materials, chemical use, storage, transport, disposal, or discharge of the Northwest Park PDD bylaw provisions, 25 Network Drive. So Corporation is the applicant. Item M is a public hearing application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 1.5.6 generation or storage of hazardous waste in excess of the volumes classified as a very small quantity generator of the Northwest Park PDD bylaw provisions. 25 Network Drive, Verisil Corporation is the applicant, of course. It's a typo.
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, Robert Buckley, Redmond Bronstein. I'm happy to see that Mike Halpern from Verisil is still here. I started to worry that you may have not made it to the end. But we have also Todd Fremont Smith, who is the landlord. Just as a brief statement, the planning board, I don't know, 8 or 9 months ago, maybe a year ago, approved this building for life science use on the same argument that we made previously, that we'd go to market and find a user under this PDD bylaw. And I'm going to turn it over to Todd so you don't have to listen to me anymore, and he will take you through a brief overview of where we are, and then I'll turn it over to Mike to tell the board what Verisil does, and it's extremely exciting. And this is, again, another indication of how Burlington has jettisoned itself to the top of the list in terms of life science clusters. And Todd, I do think it would be worthwhile at the end to give that little summary. So Todd, it's yours.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, again, Todd Fremont Smith with Nordbaum. All these systems are different. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So again, we're just here at the very brief, just orientation slides. We're here tonight to talk about Network Drive, which, as the board knows, is at the northern end of the Northwest Park assemblage. The site we're talking about is 25 Network Drive, which is the site that we worked with this board over the last couple of years to permit 270,000 square foot science building, specifically a life science building. This is the front door of Network Drive where the MBTA bus pulls up and takes people back to Alewife. The site we're talking about is just off camera to the left. So there. And then again, here is the site in question at 25 Network Drive. And again, kind of a cool picture. You can see Boston in the background, but the approved over a year ago, a building of up to 270,000 square feet. As I said, it was intended to be a science building. We knew that this market was coming. Burlington has been working hard to position itself to capture the lab market. And we're very happy that this building caught the attention of Verisil. Verisil is a Kendall Square based publicly traded company. And we're very thrilled that they're interested in coming to take half of this building. So the building is up to 270,000 square feet. Verisil's taking about 120,000 square feet on the easterly side, where the arrow shows will be their front door, and this will be their corporate headquarters. And again, the board will remember this building. It's a brand new facility specifically designed to meet the needs of growing science companies. Front door looking something like this. We're still improving this. We're going to be adding some glass, I think, to this front entrance, making it really a world-class entrance for their new headquarters. So that's the building, and the board will remember that. And then the tenant, obviously, is Verisil, and we'll let Mike Halpin, who's the COO of Verisil, speak to what they do and what they're about. And I'll try to put the screen back the way it was.
All right, hopefully everybody can hear me. Thank you, Madam Chairman and board members, for staying on this late to listen to me. I will keep it brief. Vericel is a publicly traded company. We have approximately 300 people now. We are in the biotechnology space. We make autologous cell therapies, which we use in order to structurally correct tissue. So we have two products. One is Macy, which is used in the sports medicine space. So when people have a cartilage defect, we can take a biopsy of their non-load bearing cartilage, extract their cells, regrow those cells, expand them, and then put them on a collagen membrane. And they can use that to correct a defect. And that's essentially a avascular area of the body, so it won't heal on its own. So by doing that, we can actually make repairs that occur from sports injuries. We also have a second product, which is a life-saving product. It's called Epicel, and it's for severe burn patients that are burned with full thickness burns on more than 30% of their body. And so we can take a biopsy from a patient, grow keratinocytes, which are sort of the cells used in the upper layer or the epidermis, and we can regrow sheets of skin, and sort of the surgeons can then put that skin back onto those patients' bodies. So in terms of how this works in the facility, we will take those biopsies, we'll digest them in the facility, extract the cells, expand them, we can cryopreserve them, and then arrange a surgery date, and then we can take the cells back out and create the essentially tissue engineered constructs, and then send them to the hospitals where then the surgeons can actually implant them into the patients. Currently, we operate in Cambridge, and we have been there since 1995. And we are growing rapidly, and we're really just running out of space in Cambridge. And so we're looking for an opportunity to really centralize our corporate offices, our manufacturing, and our lab space. And in looking at that, we looked at the Burlington area, and we're very impressed by what's around, the amenities, the commuting, the space in general, the housing availability. So it seemed like a really great opportunity for us to move to the Burlington area. And so we look forward to doing that. And I think that our intent is to bring approximately 300 people into that facility.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you.
And then, as the board knows, I'll just grab the screen for 2 more minutes, I promise.
Sure.
You can see my screen. The lab market is, I told Bob I'll be 2 minutes, I promise, but it does continue to explode. It's all driven by money. Boston is just getting enormous amounts of money that's coming in. This slide shows the number of large deals, over $300 million in venture capital. This is a weird chart, but what it shows is that Boston consistently gets 40 to 45% of all venture capital funding in the United States. And then you see San Francisco with a lesser degree, and then everywhere else is in gray. But Boston continues to get year over year more and more capital pouring into this life science space. There are 7 million square feet of tenants currently in the market. Typically, that's 2 or 3 million square feet. You see Vericel listed here out in the market. We're thrilled that they're interested in Burlington, but there are a lot of tenants that are out space. There's no more room in Cambridge. Alewife is full. Watertown is full. The vacancy rate is 2%, as you can see on this slide. Going fast, but lab rents continue to rise. For well amenitized products, life science companies are paying more and more to be in the right place. And the right place is not just Kendall Square. This slide shows the propensity of tenants to locate within not the number of miles from Kendall Square. In 2013, 2014, 2015, tenants were staying right around Kendall Square. But you can see starting in 17, 18, there was an explosion of geography of tenants moving out as many as 3-4 miles, and now even further, 5, 6, 7 miles from the urban core. They're feeling much more comfortable moving around. And they're moving out, as I said, a huge slug went into the seaport, about 3.6 million square feet went into the seaport, but more suburban wise, West Cambridge is Alewife area is almost 100% lab now. Somerville is booming for lab. It's coming out to Route 128, out through Watertown to Waltham, and then north to Burlington. This slide is a little bit dramatic, but it shows really coming out of Cambridge, the move to the seaport, but really Boston's surrounded by water, so it has to come west. And it's riding out to 128, out to Waltham, and then interestingly coming towards us, right? So this wave is coming up through Lexington, Bedford, and to Burlington. And we're now seeing more and more activity of this sort, really back to Cambridge, but just looking for space, looking for ample parking, looking for amenities where their employees can enjoy the next phase of their corporate life. And I think just more generally, the suburbs in general are feeling better and better these days as people don't really want to go into the urban core as much. And I think Mark Vaughn's point about these life science tenants, they can't work from home, most of them, right? So you can't do lab experiments at home. So that it does bring some vibrancy back into the otherwise office market. And we intentionally went out looking for a life science tenant, and we're thrilled to have found one. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we are going before the Board of Health next Tuesday night.
I did see that.
Yeah, and we have had extensive discussions with the applicant and the staff, the Board of Health. So, we'll provide them with the information they'll need to make their recommendation and proceed with their permits as necessary.
Great. I, for one, am excited for them to join the community, and I want to say thank you for all the amazing work that you folks do. Is there anything that the board would like to add right now, or they will be coming back to us, I believe, on the 20th? Seeing no one. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this matter? Again, seeing no one. I do have to say there's quite a lot of committed folks to be on here at 10:30 at night. So have a motion, please.
So Madam Chair, just quickly, with this applicant, we heavily did a lot of work up front with the building itself and a lot of the operations within the building. So I just want we are comfortable with the tenant. However, do want to give some time for the Board of Health to weigh in. And that's really all we as staff are waiting for. So just want to make sure that if there is any questions that we get them before the 20th, or so we can really be in a good position to move quickly. And I know you guys have waited patiently, and due to the order, there was a reason for some of that order. But I think on the 20th, we can certainly accommodate you guys a lot closer to the front. So
thank you.
That would be great.
Right. All right, folks, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 20th, 2022.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue,
Yes.
and 700 is the vote.
Great.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
again, gentlemen. We'll see you
thank you very
on the 20th.
Everyone stay
Thank
healthy.
you. Have a good
Thanks for
evening.
hanging in there with us.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to make a motion to take items 7N, 7O, 7P, and 7Q, and 7R together for discussion purposes.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue,
Yes.
700.
Great. Item N is a public hearing application for approval of a special permit pursuant to section 4.1.2 pre-existing uses and structures of zoning bylaws 64A Middlesex Turnpike. N-Star Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy is the applicant. Item O is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to section 4.2.2.23, passenger stations, landing sites, buildings, and facilities for other public services. Public works structures of the zoning bylaws 64A Middlesex Turnpike, N-Star Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy is the applicant. Bear with me. Item P is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to section 1.1.1, non-conforming uses of the zoning bylaws 64A Middlesex Turnpike, N-Star Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy is the applicant. Item Q is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to section 8.3.9, non-conforming uses of the zoning bylaws 64 Middlesex Turnpike, N-Star Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy is the applicant. Item R is a public hearing, application for approval of a site plan 64A Middlesex Turnpike, N-Star Company, doing business as Eversource Energy is the applicant. Good evening, folks. Who is here on behalf of the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Chair. First off, I want to do a sound check. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. It has been a long evening, so I do promise to be as brief as possible. My name, for the record, is Joshua Lee Smith. I am outside counsel for Eversource, and we are here this evening in connection with these various special permits as well as site plan approval, as was just described. So if folks could bear with me, I'd like to just give sort of a brief overview of the site, the neighborhood, and touch upon some of the high-level components of the project. And before I get into that, I do want to mention that I do have various members, representatives of Eversource here with me this evening in order to help me along in this process. I'm sure there may be questions that are going to be outside of my expertise. So I do have some folks here with me this evening. So as folks can see on the screen, this is the site. Predominantly, as what you're looking at right now is the existing conditions of the site. The area that is I believe it's to the west, or the top of this, towards the top of the screen. If you're looking at the bottom there, that is Middlesex Turnpike. Towards the rear of the property is where the project is occurring. That is the project area. Essentially, what's being proposed is an expansion of the existing substation. This is an electrical substation, 113.8 kV unmanned electric substation. So the primary area of the project is in that rear portion. And so the site itself, it's about a 2.2 acre site. It has been in existence, energized back in 1960. So it's over 60 years old, been in operation, and it serves not only the town of Burlington, but also surrounding communities. And generally speaking, it works in tandem with other substations, as well as transmission line facilities and distribution infrastructure, all as part of the overall grid. Very generally speaking, part of the need and purpose of the project is to enhance and improve the capacity and to improve the overall reliability of electric service. Again, not only for the town of Burlington, but also for the surrounding communities as well. Burlington has, as is somewhat exemplified by the robust agendas that the planning board and the ZBA have with respect to various applicants, has grown over the years. And in particular, in the last 5 years, the town has seen growth with respect to increases in its energy consumption. And this is a combination of both commercial, industrial, as well as residential consumption. And as a result of that, there's a need for, there's a heightened awareness and importance that the grid be stabilized and reliable. This substation currently, as it exists today, is at or near capacity during the higher demand periods of the year, namely the summer days. And so when those days happen and the higher energy usage occurs, this particular substation is near its capacity. The substation currently today contains a number of different types of substation-related equipment, two of which include 115 and 13.8 kV or kilovolt transformers, two of them, both of which are rated at 80 MVA or million volt amperage, and so or volt amps. And so what's generally being proposed as part of this need, based on the increases in the demand, which over the next 10 years, it's been estimated that there will be an increase, a pretty substantial increase in demand with respect to load growth for the town. Based on all these businesses that are either coming in or that are existing now, that are growing, and residents that are increasing in their consumption, as well as the nature and types of businesses that are coming in. We've heard a number of life science applicants this evening. Those are high energy users. And so based on all of that, what's being proposed with respect to this particular substation site is a temporary solution. In order to meet that, in particular, those higher periods, including the summer months when this substation is at or near capacity. So in part, one of the project components includes the temporary installation of what's called a mobile transformer and circuit switcher. This will be a 50 MVA rated piece of equipment that will allow for a short-term solution, during which time the company, in working with, and thank you very much, this is a depiction of the mobile transformer, as well as the circuit switcher, a sample of a similar type of equipment. So by having this installed at this substation, this will provide for a short-term solution, during which time the company is working with the town and various town officials in terms of getting a long-term solution by being able to find and site an additional substation where it can have permanent equipment located. But in the meantime, what we're asking for this evening is approval by this board in order to install this temporary mobile transformer and circuit switcher, as well as the accessory pertinent related facilities, circuit breakers, reclosers, and other equipment. Again, mainly in the rear portion of this site, in order to accommodate this need, which is obviously it's an essential service. It is something that benefits the public insofar as businesses and commercial establishments and residents, obviously, and inhabitants of the town. As part of this expansion in the rear portion of the building, or I'm sorry, in the rear portion of the substation, what you cannot really see here is that there's a drop in grade. So as part of this expansion of the yard, of the substation yard, in order to accommodate the mobile transformers, there's going to be a retaining wall that will be installed as part of this construction. In addition, there will also be an expansion of the existing fence. So the security fencing is a standard chain link fencing, 7 feet in height, plus 1 foot of barbed wire, so a total of 8 feet. That's what currently secures this substation site. Thank you very much. And so this is a depiction of the existing site. And as you can see, that's Middlesex Turnpike right there. And the substation is on an elevated grade. So as cars, vehicles pass by the site, and I'm sure many of you have driven by it thousands of times, it is on an elevated grade. And so that's important to note because you can't really see it from just looking at a topical view of a plan. And the view shed of this along the front side of the so-called facade, the front lot line of the property is not changing at all. The access site is going to remain the same, because if you're looking at the substation, it's on the right hand. People that come to the site, which again, it's an unmanned substation, so no impacts with respect to traffic volumes or anything of that nature. People that come to the site are those that are doing routine maintenance, inspections, maintenance repair type work. And so they come in through, again, the access is to the right-hand side. That's right there, perfect. And then they park their vehicle, and then there's a gate that allows for either larger vehicles to enter the site or for personnel to enter the site. One feature that is being added, which is in part an enhancement to the stormwater management system of the site, but also a beautification component of this project, of this unmanned utility project, is a bioretention area, which is the hand is circling right there on the lower left. That currently, what's there now is just open space. So this will be an enhancement which will serve a dual purpose of providing better infiltration with respect to stormwater management, but also will provide for some nice native plantings, a variety of species that will be included and incorporated within this bioretention area. I do want to point out, I had mentioned fencing before. As part of the company's initial filing, what was contemplated, which is really in the company's routine course, is that the fencing that would be added would be in the same nature and type of what's there today. And again, as a reminder, what's there today along the front and around the property for security purposes is a 7-foot tall chain link fence, aluminized, with 1 foot of barbed wire. That is what exists today along Middlesex Turnpike. There was some comments, we had a discussion with staff.
Excuse me, Joshua, I just want to stop you. I appreciate the explanation. I just know the board is going to have a ton of questions.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, if we just take a quick break and go to the shift to the board so that we can start asking some questions and we don't kind of duplicate efforts, if that's okay.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Great. Does anyone want to start? Otherwise, I have several.
Let's hear your questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
you first.
So, you mentioned that this services other communities. Do other communities have these same substations, or are we just the lucky ones that are going to service everyone else?
Other communities do have substations, yes.
And so the
I mean,
service,
it depends
this,
on location, the location of the transmission lines, distribution lines, how large the city or town might be.
and who is the servicing? What other
Who
communities
is-
are servicing? What other communities are being serviced by this substation?
I believe Woburn is one.
And Lexington,
Woburn, Lexington.
but they each have substations as well. So it's
Karen,
kind of
you wanna just identify yourself for the
I'm
record?
sorry, Karen Shlomi, siting specialist. And perhaps I would be better leaving this to our engineer, Donna, but when Josh said that we service the surrounding communities, it's really more of a network where we're one of 3 substations that all work together to serve the surrounding communities.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned that this is the trucks and such were temporary, or there's a temporary fix. How long is temporary?
Temporary is until the new substation gets built, which we are thinking will be about 4 years to 5 years.
4 to
It
5 years.
needs to be
You are
cited.
identified?
Not yet.
You have not
And-
identified.
No, but we have been having meetings with town staff and with residents, not residents, businesses, and have meetings coming up with the Chamber of Commerce. And so it's a process that we began last year and will continue and expect to propose a site this year.
Okay. And I'm not saying that we're saying no. I just want to know, what if we said no? Where is your second choice? Or is there a second choice? Have you even explored that?
So that's not before the board tonight. And we don't have visuals for that, but basically there's only one set of transmission lines that are being tapped in Burlington for this substation, and where we would propose a new substation that would bring in one or two other transmission lines, therefore bringing in more power. If we build substations, as we are doing in other communities as well, that's not translating as power getting into Burlington per se. And again, I'm not the person to speak on this. We're not prepared to speak about that tonight.
Okay, so I guess excuse my ignorance, I'm just trying to, kind of educate myself in that respect, where we're servicing other communities. If we didn't add more transition lines and said, hey, Woburn, Lexington, why don't you add some more substations? Would that give us more power?
I mean, in fact, it's really the opposite. We've had to shift Burlington's power to Woburn and Lexington, and I think also Bedford's substations in the summer, because we don't have this in place yet.
Okay. Do we know, staff, who's the property owner behind the substation? Do we know? Or if you folks know it at Eversource, please feel free.
I think it might be Millipore. Or
Is it Millipore?
It's Millipore, and the Gutierrez company abuts the property uphill upgrade.
Okay. And then
Madam Chair, this is Scott Weiss from the Gutierrez Company. I hung around knowing this was coming up and to hear this and to know what was going on, and we property right by the substation.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you turn your volume up just a little bit, please?
Sure, sorry about that. Yes,
No
Scott
worries.
Weiss with the Gutierrez Company. Can you hear me better now?
I can, thank you.
Yes, I hung around knowing that this was coming up, and we do own the property behind the substation.
You're kidding. You just love these planning board meetings.
Can't get enough. Cannot get enough.
You and me both. You and me. Okay, so knowing that there's a slant to this, is there a way to level that land, or is that ledge, or, I guess,
I think
stations
that-
aren't the most aesthetically pleasing looking, pieces of
I
property.
would leave that to the discussion from Eversource and their engineers as to how to do that, but we're uphill from this.
Right.
And as I understand it, they are talking about leveling the pad area where the substation is currently, to bring in this extra capacity behind it, and in doing so, to provide a retaining wall. So I think there is some ledge out there. I haven't investigated it. The one comment that I wanted to make as part of this, if I may, I don't know if you're ready for public comment yet.
Well, while we have you here, I'm happy for you to add it, please.
Sure. So just in general, and I'm sure other property owners may echo this. We know from our experience at both our buildings, our building behind this, when we were constructing Millipore, and in a lot of the new buildings, and the push toward electrification and to get away to have more sustainable properties puts greater demand on the electric system and the electric grid. And we know through multiple requests to Eversource for service how difficult it is to have some of these requests filled, and it pushes us in other ways, maybe towards more fossil fuels, because this capacity isn't available, and it hinders the town's ability to both grow and thrive and to become more sustainable by converting away from fossil fuels. So that actually puts more demand on our electric system for both commercial and residential products. So we definitely understand and need this capacity in town. So that was my comment.
Thank you. One more question, then a comment. I guess the question is, what's security like here? I know you had mentioned they access this in the front, but, and you're building a retaining wall in the back. But what's security like as far as, are there folks getting into this substation?
I can speak to that. This is Donna Pico, Substation Design Engineering. I work for Eversource.
Thank you, Donna. Please do.
At the station, we presently have cameras around the station, so we're being monitored via our SCADA system. And the only people that can get into these stations are people with access keys. So there would be personnel that are trained from, they actually are employees from Eversource with keys that can go inside these gates. So the gates are locked at all times, and only substation personnel are allowed in there. When they go in those stations, they have to call our SCADA and report who they are and what they're doing at the site. If that does not happen, then SCADA will call the police station.
Understood. Okay. And then the last, and again, so it's more of a comment. You've been online all night and you've heard us talk about trees and how, what can we do to make this thing prettier? It is, it is an eyesore. You know, and while I truly see a need for it, and you know, I support, you know, enhancing our infrastructure. Um,
Well, I
what
can
can we
start,
do
and
here?
Donna, feel free to jump in, or anyone else from the team. As I think I started to say, with respect to the fencing, when we had submitted our application as a, based on the generally limited scope of the project, and the fact that the project was occurring primarily in the rear portion of the site is elevated so that people from the street, people across the street, really cannot see any portion of where this project is actually happening. They won't be able to see generally the mobile transformer that's being implemented in the rear portion of the site. The fencing that we're proposing to install in the rear was going to be consistent with what's there now today, which is 7 feet plus 1 foot of barbed wire in terms of height, chain link, aluminized, and that is a standard, and that is a requirement with respect to various National Electric Safety Code and other OSHA safety regulations. However, along the front, where nothing is happening insofar as project work is concerned, but however, along the front, being mindful of the fact that this is along a commercial corridor that can be seen, and to the eye of the beholder, it can be perceived as an eye. The company, however, despite that, is willing to replace the fencing that is along the front, that is visible, and currently is the 7 feet plus 1 foot of barbed wire, in order to replace that fencing with an 8-foot tall chain link fence with no barbed wire along the front, so that folks either driving by or walking by, they won't look at the barbed wire. So that is one aesthetic item that the company is willing to provide. It's not required for maintenance and repair purposes. The fencing there is along that side is perfectly fine. But the company certainly is, they want to obviously work with the town, and it was a comment that the staff had, so we're willing to provide that.
Sure, and while I appreciate changing it to 8 foot without barbed wire, is there something that you can do that's a little bit better than that? Because that's still not very, you know, privacy fencing, plantings, even slats. I would even be happier with slats than
I
than
can actually, I can
plain
make,
old barbed wire.
I can add to that. So as Josh said, um, we're gonna replace the existing fence that's there, remove the existing barbed wire. It's going to be all 8-foot fence chain link, but it's going to be a different type of chain link than what's existing there. The existing has, you know, I'll call it 3-inch gaps between the holes. The new chain link fence will have mesh that's 1 1/4 inch. So the meshing will be tighter, and it won't be screening per se, but it'll be more coverage because you're going to have smaller holes in that chain link fence.
Okay, so I guess you know, I'll leave you with two things before I hand off to the board. One, I'd like to see a rendering or something what that fence looks like, because it's it's a little bit of a hard visualization of what that would potentially look like. And then two, that question about, substations and, how these, I think you had said you were prepared to talk about that, and if you could come back to me on that. And I know member LaRue has some questions or a question, so I will turn it over to her as well.
I think Donna has something to show you on your first question. If you're ready for that now, the image you shared with us before about the front fence and its height compared to the rest of the station and all that.
Yeah, if you have that available, that would be great.
Well, so and actually it was like so in the design we did show fence drawings, but what I will do is kind of like do an image if I can figure out how to do this. Yeah, I think I actually can figure out how to do this. All right, can you see my screen by any? Oh, I apologize, I should have asked. Okay.
No, we can't see it yet, and of course,
All right,
share. Thank you.
thank you. All right, how about now?
It's starting to share. Yep, we're good.
Okay, so this is the plan view. It's kind of upside down of what you've been seeing already, where this is Middlesex Turnpike. This would be the frontage on the retaining wall. That's approximately 200 feet. Where it kicks in where that parking lot is, 51 feet and 42 feet. And that's why we're saying it's the approximately 300 feet of chain link fence that would be replaced. And this right here is the gate where operations and personnel drive through. So we'd also replace the swing gate, as well as there's a man gate, we call it. So those gates would be replaced as well. So all of that fencing would be replaced. Now, this right here is the picture that you've all been looking at. This is from on Middlesex Turnpike. So pretty much this is the fence right here. You can all see that there. So let me see, I've got to shrink some stuff. And I hope I don't inadvertently hang up on anybody here. All right. So if I were to just go like this, all I'm going to do right now is kind of block in where the fence is, which is that right there, okay? I'm going to go like this.
Maybe you can get the rendering later on. This is,
Sorry, I'm taking too long. All right. But pretty much, as mentioned, it's going to be, so it's going to be more coverage just because there's going to be more chain link fence because the holes in the fence are going to be tighter. So it'll be like weaved together like a mesh.
Yeah, I think that this doesn't really doesn't do much justice for us. That if we could see a rendering or an example, I think that would be helpful. And we are aware that this is an industrial property, Josh. It's if this, as you've heard, while we continue to touch each one of these properties, what we're trying to do is improve the layouts and improve the aesthetics of our community, so that as each applicant comes in front of us, that we can just we can make Burlington a better place. So we appreciate that. Barbara, did you have anything to share?
Yes, I share the same concerns that you do. I just have one question and one comment. The comment is, I think we can do better than an 8-foot chain link fence. I think it is going to have to be higher than 8 feet to block a little bit more of what's behind it, but I think we can come up with a more attractive material than what you're suggesting. And I also wonder if there's any opportunity to move that fence back a little bit so that we could have plantings in front of it on top of the stone wall that would soften things a bit. I don't know if that's possible. It looked from one of the diagrams that maybe there was room to do that, but I'm not sure. So that's something I'd like you to look into. And then my question was, I wondered, you said that there was a substation in Lexington and one in Woburn. I wonder if you could give us the addresses of those, because I'd like to take a look.
Okay. I can speak to the topic of having plantings or close to the fence, or if the fence could be moved in. And the fence can't be moved in just because the access route that needs to be maintained in front of those transformers that are sitting off the road, the ones that are high up. So if you looked at that picture off the road, I'm going to take the screen again. And I don't want to take a long time because I know everybody just wants to get done. But
Well, yes,
Chair,
it's
Chair,
late. We don't-
we're gonna have to take a motion anyway to go past 11, right?
Yeah, you know what, like I said, I think that if you can come back with a rendering, come back with, your best option, for like, I feel like the first option is, okay, well, here's your mediocre, regular old shading fence. Then here's the the good version is, what you were trying to draw. I feel like better and a best option somewhere out there. And I guess that's, I think if I'm hearing everyone correctly,
Yeah.
that's what we're looking for. I know that that's what I'm looking for.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion to go past 11 o'clock?
Second.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Member Clerk Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
No.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
and Member LaRue.
Yes.
We have 6 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions.
Okay. So just the last thing is if you could send those addresses for the other substations in our area to staff, that way I know I would like to go and take a look at them and see how they are screened and if they have any, maybe I could get some ideas from them. I'd just like to take a look. So if you could send those addresses, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Would you like, would you like us, I'm
I
just
can
wondering if
speak to
you'd like
that.
us to have guided, someone to guide you to let people, to show you around the substations.
Oh, I don't intend to go onto the property. I just wanted to drive by.
Barbara,
Aesthetics.
Paul Raymond.
Paul, Member Clerk Raymond, please feel free to.
Yes. I frequently walk around Horn Pond in Woburn, and in the back end of the pond, there's a power station there. It kind of goes up a grade towards Winchester.
Yep.
And you can see how they do some of the screening. It's not where it needs extensive screening because the end of the lake is there, and then there are a couple of pumping buildings or whatever, and there's a road, and the power station is across from the road, and they've put a lot of little evergreens in and so forth, and I think that there's one section, because I was looking at some weird fence, and I think it was that small. I was confused by it because it looked like a regular fence, with that kind of fencing with the gaps in it and so forth. But the gaps look much smaller and provided more screening. And I thought that was strange because I had never seen it before. But if you want to take a nice walk, you can just park along the road when you come out of Woburn towards Lexington and get down in, and there's plenty of parking along there, and you can walk down around. The power station is at the other end, and you can get some exercise too.
Thank you, Member Clerk Raymond.
Thanks, Paul.
Vice Chair Gaffney, do you still have your hand up?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do that walk, Member Raymond, all the time with my sister to go up Horn Pond Mountain, so you go right by that. And it's off Pond Street, so you can't see it from there. You really can't see it from the parking lot because I think it's very well done, hidden over there. It's a nice space. Ours isn't quite at that spot, unfortunately, but you go up that way. To go past that wrought iron gate to go up the mountain, you go right by it.
Yeah. And if you go to the right, you go towards Winchester.
Yep.
And you could see some of that fencing along that side too.
Yeah, it's kind of like the fencing that we'd like to see downtown Burlington. Actually, it's a black wrought iron fence as you go through that gate up to Horn Pond Mountain. My questions have to do with when you're done in the 4 to 5 years and you find a new site, what happens to the mobile transmission systems that you have there? Do they roll away? Are you going to get rid of that site? Are you going to keep that site? What's the plan there?
I can say that the substation will remain there. There's quite a bit of grade work that has to be done in the rear in order to accommodate retaining wall to accommodate the mobile transformer. So the transformer itself, the mobile transformer, will be removed from the site. But it's likely that the rest of all of the grading work and leveling off of that rear portion will remain. What the company will use it for is not determined at this time. I would imagine there would be potentially an array for additional permanent expansion or other equipment, perhaps.
I can speak a little more to that too, Donna Pico, substation design. So the way that we're designing this is the mobile transformer, as Josh mentioned, is being parked in the back. And also, as Josh mentioned, it goes 115, 13A. 13A is distribution, which goes onto your poles out to the people's homes, to the buildings. The way we're doing this is we're taking the 13.8 off the mobile, we're putting breakers, and then we're feeding into the existing infrastructure through the manholes and the lines already that you have in your streets. So we would be able to we'd pull the mobile out, but we would be able to still have the ability to feed into your distribution system there. So they could upgrade eventually in the future those transformers potentially, and then feed those feeders, those passageways that we create for this mobile.
Okay. So we're gonna have two substations. We'll have this one, plus we'll have an additional one. What size are you planning for the additional one? How many acres?
The information we've shared with the town is that we need a minimum of 1.5 acres on site.
And that would be, you need that near 2 transmission lines versus the one you have now. So
Yes.
there's gonna be very, very limited places in town where that might be, right?
It's on the other, basically the other side of town, the eastern side, up and down the, we have a lines that run north to south, basically.
Do you have a location identified?
No, that is a process that, as I said, we've begun with
I just
town
wanted to-
staff, and we know that we want it to be near the other transmission line, in less than half a mile from that. We know the minimum site size that we need, and we've shared these factors, but we are in the process of looking.
I'm just trying to figure where there's a 1.5 acre plot available near 2 transmission lines with a half an hour. But anyway, that's just my thought. So I think more importantly, to the chair's point, that I think we have to really work hard on getting this thing looking good with the view from Middlesex Turnpike, if it's going to stay there even after the 4 or 5 years. So let's, thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing that up. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Cool. One quick question for staff. If we get to the point where we did approve this, could we put a limit on the term of the approval? Is that a thing? Could we say that this is approved, that we approve this use for 5 years or 6 years?
I haven't seen a sunset for the approved use, but you can do a review period.
Okay.
I can certainly look at it. I can't say 100% no, you can't, but in all of my time, it's hard to approve something and then say it's only for X, but you certainly, there are review periods that you can put in for certain reasons.
Okay. I think I would be pro review period. Is there anyone else from the board that would like to comment, keeping in mind time and that these folks are coming back, I believe probably on the 20th, I would assume, or shortly thereafter?
Madam Chair, I'd like to just talk about if Liz, you can put the plan up again quickly, just to show the drainage area and the riprap slope area. I don't think have we talked about that yet?
We have not, Kristen.
No.
So Liz, if you can kind of zoom in a little bit to the rain garden drainage basin area. On the plan with the vegetation would be best, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying. My
Oh,
computer
sorry.
is very
I see
tired.
it. Yep.
It looks like we have plenty of room in front of those transformers to put in some trees.
So I just wanted to explain. So there's grassed area here. They're putting in a basin to accommodate for the additional impervious-ish area. There's a significant slope here. If you guys recall, when we looked at the veterinary area and the veterinary and nail salon and I don't know, is the tuxedo place still there? Or the
No,
cigar
it's a cigar store. We got to talk about that afterwards.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yep.
But their Eversource has allowed for them to use those 3 parking spaces that are there.
Yep.
And the design here, because we talked to Eversource a couple days ago, asking a lot of these similar questions about fencing and screening, but looking at this area, there's instead of using a slope, a grass slope, they chose the riprap slope, and that riprap slope was chosen to try to minimize disturbance to those spaces. And so I guess I just wanted to throw out to the board because I do want to try to figure out a solution here. We would prefer, or we would suggest to you that we would prefer a grass slope coming down versus the riprap, although the riprap is needed for a slope of this magnitude. So I'm not sure, I know you guys took a look at it between a couple days ago and today. As you go from this directly toward Middlesex Turnpike, not in the area of those parking spaces, can you ease that slope enough to make it grass? And or is the board interested in kind of looking at the whole thing to not be just stone riprap, but grass? And what that may entail would be eliminating those 3 parking spaces that currently the neighbor is using. So I think, I don't know, it's kind of you just gotta weigh the options, but that I don't know, the riprap stone steep slope is one that I don't know, just over time doesn't weather as well as something like a grass berm. But just wanted to throw that out there as to what the board had thoughts about, so that we could give the group direction to bring forward at the next meeting for options.
I agree with you. I'd rather see grass than gravel.
Oh, and plantings. There are some limitations
for
because
sure.
of some of the lines. But we did ask for what types of additional plantings that they could plant in this area to help screen, at least coming from the north-south directions, if we can't do a lot above the retaining wall. Thank you. I just want to throw that out so we can give them some guidance.
Yeah. Thank you, Kristen. Can someone from the team address the conversion from riprap to grass and the slope issue?
Sure.
Tim?
Yep. Hi, everyone. Tim Grace from Ty and Bond. So the reason we chose riprap is because that's a 2-to-1 slope that's pretty close to Middlesex Turnpike. And, with climate change and everything that's going on with increased duration and frequency of storm events, we feel like that's the best way to ensure that that slope stays stabilized, not only now, but in the future. So just throwing it out there, that's the reason we went with, it's actually not a riprap, it's a modified rock fill, which is slightly smaller and slightly different. But I guess our concern is just the longevity of that slope.
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Please do.
If the slope is the issue, is it possible to terrace that area so that you would not have the problem with the slope and therefore could have more plantings on the different terraces?
The only issue with that is typically when you terrace a slope like that, you're occupying more area. So we would probably end up losing those parking spaces if we were to terrace that slope.
I think that might be worth considering. That's just, the opinion of one board member. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but thank you. I think it's something worth thinking about.
Thank you, Member LaRue. I think, you know, I think what you're hearing is we want this to be a lot prettier. So if you can terrace that, if you can give us different options, between the fencing and the plantings and, any trees or anything that's going to make this look a lot better, I think would be in everyone's best interest. And I think you'll have a lot more people happy on the planning board. Vice Chair Gaffney.
Yeah, just this is perfect. This is a good view. So when the last applicant said they needed 5 feet for a tree, right? And you have the fence, which is I guess either the blue line or it's that shadow that you see there right in front on the right next to Middlesex Turnpike. And they needed access to get in there, whether it's by this fence here. All we need is 5 feet to move in for those plantings. So consider that as you give us your next rendering of that.
Actually,
Speak to something about that though. Looking at this plan view right here, those two transformers. Karen, do you have your hand there? Where the transformers are? We need to maintain footage for a 115 kV requires distance proportional to the voltage. So you always need to have a fence at least 23 feet from any type of piece of 115 kV equipment. And then we would have to have the safety access for the operations personnel to drive around in there. And then we also have an OSHA standard that you can't have trees or shrub in front of a fence line because it could obscure an area where personnel or people could get access into the station. So it's a security thing.
I'm not quite think I'm getting here because on the left it looks like it's shorter than, but maybe that's an optical illusion. So maybe you can, on the next visit, you can map out what your minimum requirements are. And then you can, when you say the trees aren't allowed between the fence and the transformer, or between the fence and the outside.
I'm going to sign off very shortly.
Thank you.
All the perimeter. So pretty much there can't be any shrubs or trees around the perimeter fence lines.
Well, you have them in the back there.
Not inside the station.
No, we're not saying inside the station.
And based on also we have a clearance that we're supposed to maintain. Jim Curtis, you can pipe in on this. A 30 feet buffer zone.
From where?
From the perimeter fence, near any line. So back where the lines are.
So back with we're not talking about the back. We're talking about the trees in the front. Right in the front. No, right on Middlesex Turnpike. Come on down right there. Yep.
But there's no 30 feet from a wall. There's no distance like that there that would allow 23 feet and access of a maintenance truck.
So what's to the left then? What's the distance? So here's what you should do for next time. Take the distance between the left-hand side and the fence, because you can't be any closer there than you can to the front. And then give us the distance from the front to that fence. It's probably not minimum, so you might have a 5-foot leeway there. It might be close.
But we're not allowed to put trees in front of our perimeter fences.
Yeah, but you're gonna put it on the outside of the fence. It's not gonna be inside.
But there is no outside of a fence on Middlesex Turnpike side.
Basically, if you move the fence in 5 feet. Or whatever it is you need to put some plantings there in the front. You think about moving that fence closer to the transformers. You need the 23 feet or whatever you need there. You can measure that where you have today. I don't know what it is. Let's see, there's a car right there. You could kind of move it towards you and do a measurement, but you guys will have the exact measurements for next time. And then we can see if we can move that fence in and put plantings in right on top of that wall.
I think that's a great idea.
So there's a little bit of work to do, so some measurements, you know, we don't want to get inside. You guys are the ones to measure that up.
Sure.
Thanks,
So,
Bill.
sorry, folks, if I can, real quick, Tim again from Ty and Bond. That's a concrete modular wall. I'm not sure if we're going to actually be able to plant trees behind that thing, given the root systems and the propensity for those things to migrate. So I guess I'm just questioning the feasibility of that, because we'd have to really do a re-engineer on that entire wall, which would probably be a significant amount of disturbance to do something like that.
Additionally, the wall is not just a wall, it's part of the grounding system. The fence that you don't see goes down into that wall below the ground level and out towards the transformers that you see. You can't put a tree with roots in that area that could impact the grounding.
Okay.
There are standards on that. We believe me, we would love to do what you're asking. It would make our lives so much easier to be able to do that. And we're not resisting this for any kind of cost of money. These are standards, you know, electrical safety standards that we have to meet. Same thing with fences, the nature of the fence, what it has to be made out of. This is not like an opening gambit. We came to you with our opening gambit, but we can come back with the big, beautiful, you know, opaque fence. The fence needs to serve a particular purpose, and so we're very limited in what it can be made out of, and its visibility.
Okay.
This is Jeff, this is Aaron. I'm the project manager on this project.
Keep on thinking about that. And so if you can kind of think of, if you can't do that, right, think of what you can do, right?
Yes.
So what your best in class that you've ever done, maybe there's bollards you put down there and you put the plantings in there, right? So it's not touching the fence, or just kind of put the thinking caps on and see what you can do for us there.
And one more thing that we need to add in regards to adding plantings to the front of the station. So there's a requirement, there's a safety requirement that any trees like near the gate near the fence line has to be roughly 35 feet and more, just for safety reason. When there is like a gust wind, when there is any kind of storm going on, so it doesn't fall within the equipment within the station. And that's how, you know, people lose power for days in a specific town. So as per requirement, we cannot really push that fence 5 feet as you suggested to add plantings that will be a certain height. That
we're not saying huge ones, right? We're not saying big oaks, we're not saying pines, right? You know, there's miniature trees that only go up, you know, 10 feet that are not going to knock your power over. So kind of think about that. We're not telling you what to do, but think what you've done before, you know, with kind of a best in class type of approach to it. You're right on Middlesex Turnpike. A lot of cars go by there. It's a real, if you come right off of 128 and you're coming towards Lexington, it's really a gateway spot. So just think about that. All right, for next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, I think we've kind of the horse. There is a horse here. Is there anyone else that would like to talk about anything else other than plantings, trees, fences? Awesome. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to continue these matters to the planning board meeting of January 20th, 2022.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond.
I think Paul said he had to leave.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Thanks, folks. I appreciate your patience in staying all meeting, and we will see you on the 20th, I believe. Have a great night, folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Okay, folks,
Thank
moving
you.
moving on to minutes. We have November 4th and November 18th. Did everybody have a chance to review those?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
May I have
Yes.
a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from November 4th and November 18th.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Great.
601.
Yeah. So let's moving on to discussion points. So last night, Tuesday, the ZBA had a discussion about the Drake Road frontage variance, and I'm not sure how familiar you are, everyone on the board is with this project that's being presented. Basically what it is there's a parcel of land that's almost kind of it's a wedge shape. I think it's 4.21 acres that runs pretty much parallel with Chandler Road, and I believe the applicant is Litchfield, and he is looking to construct his personal home on this property. Property is being sold by Murray to Litchfield for this project. I kind of was a little taken back by the way that it was presented to the zoning board. Basically what was said to them was, okay, well, here's your options. Either you can approve this variance for the street, or for the driveway, excuse me. And if you don't approve it, then we'll build a subdivision. To me, that kind of really puts people in and even one of the folks on the call had said, wow, that's like pulling that's like asking me, do I want one tooth pulled or two? And council responded back, well, if that's the case, then I would just say pull one. And as I'm sure you can imagine, the entire neighborhood is up in arms over this. I do think that we should challenge the applicant to see if they truly can build that subdivision. Thank you, Brady. I also feel like this is going to be something that is going to be discussed quite heavily, and I would expect that people will be reaching out to you, town meeting members, and to ZBA. So, again, I wanted to bring this to everyone's attention because I think that, there are wetlands here. This is, I don't want to say it's another Redmond. We're continuing to talk about, these properties that weren't buildable at one point in time, and now we're just kind of getting the last bits of land where we can. And I think it is disruptive to conservation. And again, the entire neighborhood is fairly up in arms over this. So, like I said, I wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. Barbara did jump on the meeting. I know Mike Espejo had a little bit of time on the meeting as well. I'm not sure how much he heard. Kristen, did you want? And one thing I will say is, when I did learn of this, and after I did join the meeting, I respectfully asked for them to postpone their decision and continue the meeting so that conservation and planning board could weigh in. And I will say that that conservation did send a letter And I didn't know this, but Kristen had also read a letter, and the letter that Kristen had sent was not read into record. So I don't know if that was just a, it somehow got mixed in things or how that went. But they did continue so that we could weigh in. So, Kristen, did you want to add anything to that, or Barbara?
Sure. So I knew about it. I knew conservation had sent a letter. I will send you guys that letter if I haven't already.
You did.
I did. Okay. So I was just trying to send something out to the Board of Appeals before their meeting, knowing that you probably would have something to say about it and that you weren't meeting until this Thursday. So urging them to continue. So if you did have some comment, that we'd have the opportunity to. So I guess what I would, if you do choose to comment, I would like to know that, and would be happy to put something together for you. But I guess you need to tell us kind of the bullet points of the things that you'd like to talk about in that letter. That obviously, I mean, if you wanted to support the Conservation Commission, that's fine. I do think the claims that were made of, do you want a subdivision or do you want this? Are they real things? Just in terms of, well, can you do that? I don't know. I mean, I know, since it's been said, it's, well, maybe you can, maybe you can't, but it's a really unique piece of property. In terms of all of the dimensional criteria that we have, it's unclear if that's the case. And with the road width and with everything we've talked about with Redmond in terms of what does it look like if you build it out without waivers, etc. So, I think there's a lot that it seems like there was a lot of information that was brought up on Tuesday that we just it needs a little bit more verification. So if that's something that you'd like to recommend that we ask, we could put that in a letter on your behalf. But anyway, just looking for guidance, since some of you have reached out to call us to talk about it, and I know some of you went to that meeting, so this is your opportunity, and I know it's super late, but to discuss a little bit on on the record in a forum, this topic. And we can certainly, once drafted, we can send it around, but I can't have you guys, obviously comment, send around. So
Sure.
if
Madam
there's
Chair,
consensus,
can,
what I would like is consensus among the board, that if you do want to send a letter, I would ask that you have some consensus on that item.
Madam Chair, can I ask what, just because I didn't get a chance to read Kristen's letter that the conservation sent, what are they asking for a variance from?
So if you look at this site that's on you have
Right.
the blue
Yep.
triangle,
Yes.
the Drake Road, which I did go back and forth quite a bit between building department and myself and the applicant, looking at old records of Drake Road. Drake Road has this kind of funny looking subdivision. Sorry, not subdivision. Cul-de-sac
Cul-de-sac.
at the end.
Yep.
And
Yep.
as you guys know, if you go straight down, like if you have a road that goes straight and then it's at the end, that end doesn't count as frontage. However, if it's in a cul-de-sac, it does count as frontage. And
Right.
so going between, is this an end or is this a cul-de-sac? So it was determined it was a cul-de-sac. So that bit of cul-de-sac that goes from kind of the straight line around is,
Yep.
I don't remember how many feet, maybe 60.
Oh,
I have no
really?
idea.
Okay.
Throwing that
Yeah,
number
it's
out.
like a 40-foot variance, is I believe is what they were asking
Okay.
for.
That's what I meant. So they're
say
looking for a frontage variance. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's-
there's
that's
not
what
enough frontage on that cul-de-sac to provide for frontage to have a legal building lot. There's also a big, if you look at where the house is, if you're looking at the plan, look at where the cursor just was, that house. Right to the right of that house, there's the pocket of wetlands that extend kind of within that triangle. Yeah, so there again, you're talking just like Redmond, we're talking about kind of wetland filling for that access point. And then you'd be looking at, depending on where the house would be built, a significant drive to get to the house. But in terms of what's in our purview,
Yep.
it's an existing lot. They're not looking to do any subdivision, at least at this point, but within this variance. So if they did get the variance for frontage, it would be a buildable lot. So our involvement is actually not that great unless the subdivision is sought. So what I had mentioned to Brenda is like, in terms of our role, I mean, obviously conservation owns the property next door. This is, a prime site that they are looking at. But in terms of our role, I think if they're kind of talking about things that are in our purview, such as we could do a subdivision or we couldn't, I think I would recommend to just dig a little further with the facts on that one, as if that is a thing or not.
Hmm.
So you're comparing things accurately. That's all.
Member LaRue?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the central question is, can they build a subdivision there or not? Because if they can, then we probably would prefer that they get the variance because that would be less damaging. It seems unlikely to me, because honestly, if they could get in there and build a 3-house subdivision or even a 2-house subdivision, I think that's what they would have presented to begin with because they'd make a whole lot more money that way. But that's something I would like, if possible, to have staff look into to find out if that is feasible. And because that's really the central question here. And of course, we want to support the Conservation Commission.
I would recommend that we request that they give us information. I mean, we can't engineer if you can build a subdivision or not, but I mean, other than kind of a back of the napkin looking at it, but I certainly would pose that question with the Board of Appeals, of course.
I hope we'll have time to do that, to get everything from them, because I think they're meeting again in 2 weeks. So I'm sure you'll need time to analyze whatever they send over. Thank you.
Member Espejo?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, I know it's late. I also watched the meeting very late, and you mentioned Redmond Road. This feels like Redmond Road on steroids, and I was very troubled to hear the comment, well, we will get the variance, approve the variance, or we'll just build the cul-de-sac and build, a subdivision. And some of the comments I heard were very troubling, and so I'd just like to urge everyone who hasn't watched it to take a look, and would love for staff to draft a letter, maybe if we all shoot in our input and then send the letter around for approval, or I know it's tough. I think they're meeting, the 18th is their next meeting, but I'd urge everyone to take a look at that last probably hour and a half of that meeting on Tuesday. It was very troubling. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so that is definitely something on the agenda. Did I lose everyone? Oh, okay. Then there was a couple other items that we did have, I don't know how much,
The only other thing that I ask you to do is if you would consider the motion to release the first lot from the Mill Pond Estates restrictive covenant, which was the property, the Greg Hickox Mill Pond Lane subdivision, which had the property that they were donating to conservation, so we can start that process. There's still 2 lots that are still held under the covenant in that subdivision.
I don't have a problem with that. Does anyone else have any reservations with that?
Nope.
Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to instruct the planning staff to let it, oh, no, sorry, wrong one.
Item 2,
Pla-
motion.
Planning board hereby releases lot 1 for sale from the Mill Pond Estates, conditional approval covenant in exchange for a surety.
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on, we just have a couple things that we can just hopefully quickly touch upon. Airbnb, we don't have an update yet, but Brady has been diligently working on that. The mall bus storage. I don't love this idea, but I'm not quite sure exactly what authority we have to tell them that they can't. I don't know. You know, they were approved a temporary agreement with the town. I'm assuming that was with select board, so,
If it was the COVID agreement, it ends in April April
okay.
22nd.
so
Under the
if we,
COVID restrictions.
can we just confirm that that was the it
We
was?
can. We can. I will confirm that.
All right, cool. Mall truck share.
Not
we-
allowed, shouldn't be there, working with building department to enforce, we've been informed they are leaving in March. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. And we are working on that, so. And I
Yeah,
will say, for some of
I
that
don't.
stuff, like eyes and ears, like you guys are out and about, we're out and about sometimes, but you know, just, it's always helpful, just let us know and bring those
Yeah,
things.
I think that's the point of what we were talking about before with the short term and the core team that's not out and about, you know. But here, I don't agree that the vans aren't used or accessed by customers. If you look on their website to pick up a truck, the pickup spot is 75 Mall Road. So that's not, whoever told you that's not telling you the truth. So
I just verbatim pasted what was the response back, so.
yeah, that's absolutely not true. So I think we've seen this from the mall a number of different times, and that name keeps on coming up. So I think we really should have them in here to say anything that you're going to think is okay is probably not. So you got to come before the board. It's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time, it's not the fourth time, it's not the fifth time. You know, he's making agreements, and I'm sure he knows better, you know, but he's doing, you know, with all good intentions, but it's really, yeah. One time you say, okay, it's two times, it's, you know, you start to get onto a trend here. So.
Okay.
Who
Thank
knows
you.
what's next, you know?
Tree wells. So, looking forward to see what Eileen Coleman has and what she can present and information and whatever information she can share with us. That would be great. Rhino propane. Have we sent a formal letter? Have we just called them, or where are we at with that?
Madam Chair, if I may, Inspector of
Please.
Buildings Mark Dupel submitted a letter to the property owner several weeks ago, actually before the holidays. I did hear from a representative from Noria regarding the Rhino propane storage tank within the parking lot, and went through the process of how that would need to be approved. Currently within the site plan approval, I think it dates back to 2003. It specifically states no outside storage of materials. They would need to come back before the board for a site plan amendment, and then also under Article 4, within the accessory uses, receive a special permit for the storage of items. So
The one, the gas outside of Old Town Liquors is not Rhino. It looks like it's AmeriGas. So it's a different one.
Okay.
There's going to be a letter sent for Old Town Liquors for the same thing. You got to be consistent, right?
I can certainly reach out to Mark Dupel about that tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Master plan. I started poking through it, and yes, I have enjoyed the first elements. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else has had any opportunity to kind of to poke around through that, but if you haven't, please do. We don't have any correspondence or reports from town council. Do we have any subcommittee reports or anything that anyone else would like to add?
Quickly, I will say I met with engineering and conservation on the Long Street sidewalk that relates to 24 Terry, and we will be working with them to get it constructed in the spring.
That's great. Thank you. I've been walking down there last couple of weeks, and it'd be great to have that there. I'm just walking on the lawn now, but as it snows, I'll have to walk on the street.
Real quick, was there any update on what Joe mentioned about getting that fence taken out next to Patterson's? Were they going to do that, or?
I only laugh because I think Liz talks to 207 a lot every week. With
So no, well, they don't. So that site does not have any application before you. And so we're still kind of working with that property owner. We've issued the special permits for 207. That's on a different site. I can reach out to see the status of that. I know that they are eager to get O'Reilly in there and to get 207 up and running. But I guess short answer, no, I don't have enough.
Okay, I was just curious. They seemed amenable to it.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what, to Mike's point, I think they said, she had said that they were gonna submit a site plan for that other site, even though that, that's what she had stated when we brought it up during that meeting, so, I would expect that they're gonna be moving to do that. She seemed, like you said, she seemed very amenable to be, doing some things down there that we would like to see done, so let's hope they follow through on that.
Agreed, agreed. And you can feel free to, blame it on us. We were asking. Last 17 minutes from now, Mr. Espejo will be celebrating a birthday. So I just wanted to take a moment to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Thank
Oh,
you.
that's why he's hanging
birthday.
around, huh? Okay.
I think the
Yeah.
best present we can give Mike is to adjourn.
Well,
Second.
I
I got a
agree.
couple of things. So as you're going by the electrical substation, next to the nails place is a cigar
Yep.
place. If you've been up there, do you see the blinking colored signs? Those are not Christmas lights. So if maybe Brady, you could have sent a letter to maybe from the building inspector saying that colored changing lights are not allowed. It's part of their sign package, so I don't know. They would have needed to get their sign allowed by the building inspector, I'd imagine, right? That's usually it. They need that.
If
So you
not a
probably
signed
check-
variance from the ZBA.
Unless they had a variance by the CBA to have to multicolor, but if that was the case, we probably want to see those with the Board of Appeal type stuff if you know. And then there's also blinking colored lights down at the nail place next to the schoolhouse, that type of area there. And again, those aren't Christmas lights, they're on the side and just one person driving around.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Dave?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Chairman Rappaport,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Sure.
Member
Yes.
Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
yes.
Thanks
Night,
again. Thanks again, everyone. Happy birthday, Mike, and everyone stay safe during the snowstorm.
Thank you.
Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
right.
Take care.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday,
Bye.
Mike. Night.